your hosts for the day. A quick, brief explanation of what the YFS Eagles Lounge is. The YFS Eagles Lounge is a Shark Tank-like experience where young entrepreneurs will come up here and pitch their ideas to the Eagles that you see in front of you, better known as the judges. They will then receive feedback on their pitches, and then later we will open it up to the audience, and you can raise any concerns that you have about the pitches. Well, without further ado, let's introduce to you who's sitting in front of you.
So our first Eagle up here today is Miss Shanaz Bonadur. She's the founder of Youth Compass. She's an entrepreneur, and she empowers youth and teenagers in personal development, academic excellence, and career success.
To the right of her, we have Mr. Perron, a ISL humanities educator specifying in AP and IB economics. He's also the co-founder and head of the Youth Forum Switzerland, the event that you are all attending. And he's also a very curious lifelong learner who enjoys a good challenge and connecting individuals to address the biggest problems the youth and the world are facing today.
Thirdly, we would like to welcome Mr. Tom Mulders. Tom is a seasoned business executive and entrepreneur with a track record of incubating and scaling successful products and businesses. As product strategy lead for Google Travel, he played a critical part in the creation of a product portfolio that served billions of users and generated billions of dollars in revenue. As an entrepreneur, he has created many ventures. The two of the most recent ones involved in the development of a ski resort in the Alps and the introduction of a health drink in the Netherlands.
And last but not least, we have Pete, an educator who has flown around the world, educating in countries such as Colombia, Chile, Ireland, Russia, and now Zug, Switzerland. He has also sailed around the world, starting in the Caribbean and eventually crossing the Pacific, where his STEM expertise came to the forefront, not only in the engineering of the vessel, but also the navigation and maintenance of the vessel. So without further ado, let's look at the agenda for today. Could we switch slides, please? Thank you. So first up, we have banana leaf packaging presented to you by Eyal. Then we will move on to the thermal foam roller presented to you by Matteo. And then lastly, we have Recycly presented to you by Eric. And then if time permits, we would all like to invite you to a networking session where we hope that you not only get inspired by the entrepreneurs, but you also get to connect with somebody new to permit you to start your own entrepreneurial venture. So without further ado, I'll hand over the microphone to Eyal, and we can start the show.
Any questions from the panel? Okay.
Give it up for Eyal.
Good morning, everyone. Before I showcase you all my product, I would like to show you a few numbers and the significance behind these numbers. So as you can see here, this number, 12,710, this represents the amount of tons of plastic waste that is generated in Ghana in one day. This next number, 3.88 billion, is the amount of tons of plastic waste that is generated in Ghana in 1 year. This was conducted in 2020. And this last number, which is a percentage, is the expected amount of tons of plastic waste that is expected to grow in Ghana per year by 2050. What I'm about to showcase to you today is a potential solution to reduce these absurd numbers. This image here showcases a beach in Accra, which is the capital city of Ghana, filled with plastic bottles and plastic bags. I got the opportunity, luckily enough, in 2024 to go on the Ghana trip with IZL as part of the Personal Development Week program. We went to a small village named Kokorbite, which is about an hour from Accra, and I managed to see some of these images in person, and I was truly shocked. I really couldn't believe what I was seeing when I was at these beaches, and I saw these insane amount of plastic. And I tried to think to myself, what's a potential solution that we could bring to reduce this problem? That's when I started to work with Kokrobite Children's Center. During our trip to Ghana, we worked with Kokrobite Children's Center, working on their various sustainability projects, which they are producing along with their school, which they run to give kids within the village an education when they are usually unable to afford it. And over the last year or so, I've been helping KCC with their packaging and newsletter services. Now, what I'm about to show you is my potential solution to help reduce this absurd amount of plastic waste that we see in Ghana, but not just in Ghana, also in many parts of the world where it's a huge problem. The solution is banana leaf packaging. What I'm about to show you are potential designs of how the banana leaves can package various vegetables and fruits. Banana leaves are sourced in many parts of Africa as well as in many parts of Southeast Asia. The main characteristics that banana leaves share along with plastic are durability. This material is very wide and very thick, so when these packages are being taken by people on motorcycles or people on cars in Ghana, these materials will be very durable and can package these different fruits and vegetables very securely. One thing I noticed when I was in Ghana was that the roads, particularly in the small villages, were very, very bumpy, and they weren't very smooth like the roads we have here in Switzerland. So the packages could have been easily damaged. And that's also one of the reasons why we see a lot of plastic waste, because plastic is also a very durable material that can hold these fruits and vegetables very securely. The main differentiating factor with banana leaves is the sustainability. It's fully biodegradable and it's readily available in places that are very tropical, like in Ghana and in other parts of Africa. And another characteristic that is really important for this material, as you could have seen through the images and this image displayed on screen, is the versatility. This material can package fruits and vegetables in many different ways. For example, here we have more of a box package, and here we have a different style of packaging that's highly used mainly for lettuce. So it can fit different packaging needs for different fruits and vegetables depending on what they need. And that's it. Thank you very much, everyone.
We would now like to hear from the judges and their opinions on banana leaf packaging.
We go random.
Maybe you can start.
You can start as
All right, I'd start if I could. I love the idea. I love the visual. The colors are vibrant. I think that's a nice change from plastic, clear plastic bags. One of my concerns is the convenient nature of plastic. They go on rolls. You could rip it and open the bag, put whatever you need in. And this seems very artful, which sometimes takes some time. Have you thought about how you could make that problem a benefit for this?
Could you elaborate on artful, please?
Sure. These pictures are stunning. I think I would struggle to make this happen with the folding and tying and such. Could you think of a way that problem, that maybe it's not as convenient as plastic, could become a benefit, a positive? What could you do to, or what could you do to bring that to become something positive for this?
Well, banana leaves themselves, they are quite foldable. They work similarly to the way origami works, where you can fold them into different smaller shapes. And you can, if you go back to the slide that I showed you before so everyone else can see it, the banana leaves themselves are very thick and very wide, as I mentioned. So you can fold them into different smaller shapes like we see here, and you can simply attach it, maybe not with this material, but even with string to keep it secure and have obviously the lid go over it. So like I said before during the presentation, it's very versatile, and it can you can make different packages that suit different fruits and vegetables. For example, here we can see the tomatoes are very securely stored. here the lettuce is packaged in a way, and the banana leaf is designed to package that lettuce specifically and securely.
I like it. I like it. I was thinking perhaps that limitation could be an asset. Maybe you could build into this an industry of people that are learning to be, to turn this into an art form where you're building packages and getting paid for that, and then bringing the packages to people who are using this. So maybe it can be a double benefit.
Perfect. Thank you.
I really like the idea. It's really addressing a massive issue. And the plastic waste in countries like that, it's like, by the way, in many countries, is insane. And replacing it with something that is biodegradable, that comes from nature, I think is super smart. So I really like it. The moment you go into the practicalities, you're like, you have these big leaves. Do you envision that they get pre-folded into something, or do the shopkeepers themselves do that?
I'd imagine that they would get pre-folded, because the company that we worked for, they are growing these banana leaves within their sustainability machines that they are making. And I'd imagine that when they're selling these different fruits and vegetables that they're growing, that they would package those produce themselves in ways that can benefit that particular produce.
Yeah,
Because
the reason
also
why I'm asking is, like, if you think of scaling,
Mhm.
if you have like one little factory line that actually pre-builds these, it doesn't scale. But if you have the big banana leaf, and maybe you make some lines on it, and an instruction, and then you ship them out like to any store in Ghana, that could scale a lot faster.
For sure.
It's just something to think about.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks. It's a great concept. I've actually been on that trip 3 times, and I've seen firsthand kind of the waste. And I think the locally sourced elements of the banana leaves are like, it's a no-brainer. Yeah, I think the impact it could have on the community is significant because it is locally sourced, and I think it's always any of these initiatives would be, just getting the first people to implement it, I think would lead to kind of bigger change. I don't know, in terms of my questions, it would be more of what other things could you use the packaging for besides fruits and vegetables? Or
I mean, I'm using fruits and vegetables as the primary example because that is what KCC is primarily producing. But who knows what else it can package? It's such a versatile material compared to plastic, which is also pretty versatile, but it's got a lot of potential, so it can probably package other small things, and depending on how much you use, you can make bigger packages.
Yeah, thank you so much. So the idea is really great because I think every one of us, we need to really take actions for our environment. What I loved was you were showing with number and research. Those were really nice. I also like that you showed the urgency. It's really urgent. We need to take action now. It's not something good to do, it's a must to do. The visuals were really great, especially the pictures. I really like it. I also love that how you came up with the idea, because you explained that you went there, you saw it in person. So this is something, if I were an investor, I was like, okay, it matters to him. But what I would love also to do, maybe a slide or so also about you yourself, because if I were an investor, I'm not just investing in an idea, I'm also investing in you. And I'm sure every one of us here, we have something unique and special about us, and I would love to see even that you come up a bit about yourself. This is who I am, this is what I want to do, and then I'm like, okay, I can invest in this person, because I'm sure he can bring the idea into life. I think that was something I would love to see, but just a question for me out of curiosity. Do you know that if there are some competitor out there, or if they do this in different way? I don't know.
I think I've seen other people trying to attempt this sort of style of packaging, but there isn't what I would call like a big primary market. You know, there's in the country, there's other markets. There's a big market for like marketing services, especially in the capital city of Accra. But in terms of packaging fruits and vegetables in this specific way, I still don't know, because when I went there, they were still using plastic packaging. So it's possible that they're still using it today.
Okay, yeah, then it would be nice also to mention these unique things that, yeah, you already seen. This is really unique. But all in all, yeah, thank you so much. It was really beautiful idea. Thank you.
I take the papers back.
I see, yes.
I need to, yeah, thank you.
One question in the back.
Well, they're completely reusable. They're a lot more reusable than the plastic materials that we see being used. And also a big problem that I forgot to mention in the presentation was that Ghana doesn't have the infrastructure to try and recycle all of these materials. They don't have a proper recycling center, and they can't dispose them correctly. Like we have here in Switzerland, we have many recycling centers that can deal with these sort of problems. And that's why we probably see the streets that are here that are a little bit cleaner, and overall it's cleaner in general. Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you.
And now we would like to welcome up Matteo with the thermal foam roller onto the stage. So please give him a warm welcome.
Hello everyone.
Hello.
Right, okay. So, hi everyone, I'm Matteo Nicolella. I'm the creator of the thermal foam roller. Yeah, this is the newest way to elevate recovery. I would like to start off with a scenario. So, imagine yourself coming home from training or doing any physical work which is strenuous on the body. Your muscles sore, body's in fatigue, and you need a way to help your body recover for the next day, thinking to yourself, how am I going to do this again tomorrow? So, I'm a varsity footballer and club footballer. I've been playing football basically my whole life, and I've asked myself this question many times in the past, trying to find the right recovery tools to help me in my situation. So I'd like you to ask yourself what you would typically do if you found yourself in this situation. What tools or medical equipment would you go for? And yeah, just have a think about that. So some of you may have said that you would have gone around maybe using a foam roller or massage gun or an ice pack. There's many different recovery tools you can use, but the problem is lots of them stimulate single activities alone. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to find a solution to something that can simultaneously help solve your issues and just overall give you a better recovery, boost performance, and help you as an athlete. Yeah, so in the sports world, recovery is a necessary tool for many athletes. They prioritize it. It's important to their performance. It allows you to be able to come back the next day fully fit and strong to give it your all. Okay, so basically the idea of the foam roller came when I was shopping for foam rollers myself, and I was looking through all the products that they had, and the problem I found was that all the foam rollers seemed basically the same to me, and they have been for many years. It's old, it's outdated, we want something new. So I thought to myself, how could I improve on this recovery tool? Finding a way to make it more effective and more of a useful tool. So this is what separates my product from the rest. So the thermal foam roller has a conductive frame. It's made out of aluminium. It will apply soothing heat or cold deep into the muscle tissues. This heat or cold is applied by putting in hot water, like boiling water or ice, something easy that everyone has access to. That's also another important part about my foam roller, is it provides access to amateur athletes to equipment that you wouldn't necessarily be able to get as if you were a high performance athlete with access to ice baths, saunas, all sorts of different recovery equipment. So yeah, it serves for great penetration into the muscles using grids or knobs on the surface of the foam roller. I want to design it to be lightweight, small and portable. This would be very important for being able to use it at home, use it at the gym. Just keep it on you at all times when traveling. I think that's also one of the biggest factors, is I found many of foam rollers to be, I mean, you know, you get the long foam rollers, you get short ones, but many of them are really big. And it's quite hard to travel with. So it's sort of like a water bottle, like a big water bottle. I'll show you now, I have a prototype, which is like the size of a water bottle, and it's easy to carry and take around. Yeah. Is that right? Oh. Yeah. Okay, so in terms of materials and sustainability, of course, so it's got a aluminium shell with an internal channel for hot or cold water, which can be easily put into the bottle. Oh well, the foam roller, which has like an internal bottle. I mean, imagine it like a cold can that you take out the fridge. It's thermally conductive, you can feel the cold on the can. That's the whole idea. And then on the outer layer, you've got like a 0.5 millimeter silicone, which is thermally conductive, with a surface texture of ridges and knobs. This would be perfect for penetration of the muscles. And the important thing to note is you want the outside of the foam roller to be quite soft, but still firm. And I had trouble trying to find material for this. However, that's also thermally conductive, because usually, you know, metals are hard, it's too hard, can cause bruises on the skin. So yeah, this is thermally conductive. And then it's got an insulated thermal cap to keep the heat or cold somewhat inside of it. And then in terms of sustainability, aluminium can be recycled easily at the end of its life. The silicone, however, is not as easily recycled, but I want to create this product for disassembly, which would allow for you to increase the long span of this product. It's sort of like a longevity over eco sort of idea. So preferably you would replace the silicone just from the aluminium shell and easily be able to use this product for 10-15 years is how long aluminium can sort of sustain that weight and everything. So yeah, this sort of aligns to my initial problem statement. I have, however, changed the philosophy of my product more towards effectiveness for amateur athletes, and allowing this product to be used by rarely anyone. But my initial problem statement was active individuals and athletes need a way to find an authentic, high performance and affordable sustainable sports equipment. Because while sustainability is a growing priority, effectiveness, durability and cost still drive consumers' decisions. Okay, this is an AI-generated prototype. Unfortunately, I do not have the prototype for you now. I'm still working on my product. So, as you can see, all I got here is a standard foam roller. So, imagine this foam roller with this bottle placed inside. Okay, the sizing isn't right, and nor is it conductive. But this is the whole idea, just to give you an idea of what the product would look like. It would have a cap right here, where you can put the hot water or cold water in, ice water, and the aluminium layer, this is an aluminium, but the aluminium layer would be thermally conductive, with your silicone layer here on the outside surface, helping get the hot or cold thermal energy to your muscles, also provided with the silicone knobs and ridges, would get deep into the muscle tissues. Thanks. Okay, and then in terms of pricing and profits, so talking in small bulk, how many small business starts, I estimated the material cost to be around $13 to $36. This doesn't include labor. It's only slightly higher than your typical foam rollers in the market if you include the materials they use for their foam rollers. However, it's at a higher quality than all of those. And then if you include manufacturing costs and labor costs at a medium bulk, it would be around $35. Then if you look at a 40% margin of wholesale price, it would be at around $58. And then retail price, it could necessarily be up to $100 to $140, but you would aim to get that lower in the long term by just increasing bulk size. Okay, this is my journey roadmap. So the whole idea is I want to first develop a functional prototype and then lay out a really clear business plan in which I can then approach maybe small businesses or preferably sports companies who already have advanced people working on sports equipment, which would then help me advance this product further. And then, like it says, improve on the prototype. They would help me develop this prototype, then release it to the market, and finally advertising through athletes or professional athletes to introduce this product to the world. Okay, thank you everyone so much for your time.
Thank you, Matteo. Since we did run a bit over time, we are going to have to keep the judges' recommendations, suggestions, etc. a bit brief. So, if you would like to start.
Sure, I love the idea. I can see it being very useful. I suggest maybe considering other demographics that might be interested in this as well, aside from just sports enthusiasts. I think you could aim for other people if you find the right niche.
Definitely, I agree.
If you go back to the price thing, so first of all, super cool. It's an innovation in something that is already out there, and combining heat with the foam roller, super smart. So very well done. Practical question: if you fill something up with hot water to the right temperature that you don't burn yourself, and you start rolling, how long can you roll before the temperature is gone?
Well, I'll have to look at the conductivity of aluminium and how quick that thermal energy is released. Then again, you would have to have access to hot and cold water, which I know we can take for granted. But yeah, that's basically one of the concerns with the product. However, with a good team and experts, I think I'll be able to develop this product so that it would be functional and useful, especially a guideline on how hot the water should be.
Yeah, I also love the idea. I'm a big fan of the foam rollers. And like you, I don't find ones that I actually like to use. So that idea of making it a cold option or a hot option is definitely something I would definitely buy. As you get old like me, you need to kind of roll out and stretch out all your muscles. Yeah, the only kind of question I would have is kind of that price point. I think when you're getting into the hundreds, people would expect something like super high level, like professional level. If your target market is amateurs, maybe looking at if you scale it properly, maybe you can get it down to like 60 or something. I would pay 60 for something like that. I don't think I'd pay 125. But
maybe in dollars.
Yeah, no, yeah, that's exactly. But yeah, I think it is the next. It is probably the next wave of these rollers, because people want something beyond just like a hard.
It was a really great idea. I always love stories, so I like that you came with the stories and you made it personal. It's really important to you. You yourself went through this, so this is really important. I love the differentiation part. That's how you studied also other competitors and what makes you unique. I think that was really good. I like to see that. Also about the product was a really good explanation, especially that you even came with that it's eco-friendly. This is also really important. What I also liked here, I could see who are your ideal customers. Maybe as you saw the niche, somehow you had focused niche. It was, as I think you said, is in the beginning maybe you focus on a specific demographic, but later on, of course, you can expand. It was really nice. I like the idea. Just again, as I said before, a bit of explanation also about you, maybe just one slide short that who you are and how you came with this idea. But just out of curiosity, what is the most exciting part of this idea for you?
Well, for me, I was thinking about something, like you said, personal, something that I would be able to use to fulfill one of my needs or requirements. And if this was developed, 100% I'd buy it, maybe not for the $120 price tag, maybe once it's got large manufacturing bulk, it'll be cheaper. I think the most exciting part is sort of just developing something that is functional and can help people solve an issue that I relate to. So it's sort of within common ground of that same issue.
Yeah, but then it would be nice also, for example, this is my vision and this is my mission, just to put it in each slide, but it was really nice. Thank you so much. I like it.
Okay, thank you very much.
I've got one more thing. It's there is a massive market for foam rollers. It's proven, so you can easily get to market. You can easily find the right price points, the marketing, and everything exists. But the foam roller that you have, what I really recommend you to do is do a lot of prototyping. Prototyping. Test it out with a few people until you hit it. And then do all the rest. Because it's like, if you don't nail the product, it's not going to work.
I completely agree.
Yeah.
I think I'll need a more experienced team on my hands. I can come up with an idea, but to actually do it, make it functional, I think I'll need a more experienced team. Yeah. Oh, sorry.
I'm wondering if in that prototyping, there might be more than one it. Because the core that is aluminum is a single product. But the shell that is the silicone foam roller could be a series of products. You might come up with 75 prototypes and nail it by not finding one, but by finding 3 or 4, right? Because the different rollers that are out there have different densities of softness, and each person is particular to what they want, and so that could be exciting too. And that may be a way that you could easily bring down the price point for people, because you're actually selling them not one product, but 2 or 3. Maybe one core for the family, and then each person in the family gets their shell.
That's a great suggestion. I'll look into that. Especially considering the fact, I have 3 foam rollers, and it's such a waste of materials if you think about it. I've got one that's soft, I've got one that's more rigid, and I've got the old one that's just, there's no really ridges or knobs on it. So that's a great idea. I'll look into that. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Matteo. Sadly, we will have to move Eric's presentation to the next session due to timing. But we would now like to kindly invite all of you for the next 6 minutes to a networking session where you can, go up to any of the entrepreneurs, ask them a bit about their ideas, even the Eagles, ask them where they came from, what they liked, what they didn't like. And we would all hopefully like that everyone meets somebody new today in this first session. But thank you very much for your attention. And Good morning and welcome to the YFS Eagles Lounge. To our returning guests, welcome back, and to our new faces in the room, we wish you all a very warm welcoming to the YFS Eagles Lounge. The YFS Eagles Lounge is a student-led group that does like a Shark Tank-like game show where entrepreneurs will be coming up here. They will be presenting their pitches to the Eagles or the judges, who will be introducing shortly, and then they will receive feedback from the judges. And then hopefully we will open it up to the crowd, and then you guys can also pitch in any ideas that you may have or any improvements. So without further ado, could you join me in putting our hands together for the judges who will be coming out right now?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to introduce our first Eagle of the session, Ms. Shanaz Bonadur, who is founder at Youth Compass, and she's an entrepreneur. She has been empowering youth and teenagers in personal development, academic excellence, and career success. Round of applause for Ms. Bonadur.
To the right of her, we have Mr. Perron, a humanities educator here at ISL, specifying in IB and AP Economics. He's also the co-founder and head of the Youth Forum Switzerland, the event that you are all attending. He is also a very curious lifelong learner who enjoys a good challenge, and of course connecting people to solve those challenges.
Thirdly, I'm happy to welcome Mr. Tom Mulders. Tom is a seasoned business executive and entrepreneur with a track record of incubating and scaling successful products and businesses. As product strategy lead for Google Travel, he played a critical part in the creation of a product portfolio that served billions of users and generated billions of dollars in revenue. As an entrepreneur, Tom has created many ventures. The two of the most recent ones that Tom was involved in is the development of a ski resort in the Alps and the introduction of a health drink in the Netherlands. Round of applause for Tom.
And then last but not least, we have Pete, also a ISL educator. He is educated around the world in countries such as Chile, Colombia, Ireland, Russia, and now Zug, Switzerland. He has also sailed across the world with his wife, Ms. Cameron, starting in the Caribbean and then eventually crossing the Pacific. This is where his STEM expertise came to the forefront, not only in the engineering of the vessel, but the maintenance and the navigation of the vessel. He enjoys finding the maths and physics written into the world we know around us, whether that be the wing of a paraglider or the kite of a kite surfer. He loves the quiet equations written into a world of adventure.
Before we begin, are there any questions from the Eagles? Okay. I would like to welcome our first pitch of the session, which is Sam Altavini presenting an app for financial literacy and for remote communities. And next on the agenda, we will have Emily, who presents her marketing agency. And thirdly, we'll have Eric, who presents a recycling app, innovative way.
And potentially we might, if time permits, have 2 surprise pitches at the end.
Yeah, so 2 spontaneous pitches could be coming if time allows. And then of course, we might also open up some time for networking.
And of course the award ceremony.
And the award ceremony, where the Eagles will choose a winner from the pitches that they've seen today. And yeah, they'll decide which pitch they thought ultimately wins the Eagles Launch 2026.
So without further ado, let's welcome
Sam
onto the stage.
Okay, so I heard we have a couple extra presentations, so I'll keep this quick, I'll keep this concise, and then hopefully you guys can still have fun by the 4th or 5th, I think. Okay, so I'm just gonna start it with a quick activity. So I'll just ask you to raise your hands and then keep your hands raised if you agree or agree with the question that I'm asking. So let's start by raising our hands if you like money. Assume so. Let's keep it raised if you own a bank account. If you have and control your own bank account. What about your own private budget? Do you budget? Do you budget your investments or finance? Do you invest money? Very well. That's a forward-thinking group. And finally, do you guys know about compound interest and all that? Good. Nice, so a good group of you. So I'll just take you through my experience, what I saw as a problem, and then a bit of my experience, and then the solution that I came up with.
Sam, could you move over there so that we can see this?
It's because if I'm here, it's like difficult for the mic.
I think it's fine. Yeah. You just turn around a bit.
Yeah. Okay, cool. So this starts in a remote area of India. It's called Ladakh. I went there as a part of the group experience and a group trip to the Himalayan mountains in June of 2024. And so we went and we visited this remote village. Ladakh's actually more of the central part of Leh, but we went to... Sorry. Can you go back one? Yeah. We visited Kurambik village, and our group was, we were in charge of installing rocket stoves for the village. Because a big problem is there's a very real lack of infrastructure within the village. And so we went there to sort of experience and see the remote area. It's 4 hours away from the closest city and town. And we were there to install rocket stoves to provide heat and a more sustainable, clean energy for these people to use throughout their cold winters, right? And so when I was there, I was confronted by the lack of infrastructure. And so as this year we were presented with the opportunity to make a project, I wanted to make a project to try and help and focus around this community and to sort of see what I could do as a student here in Switzerland. Yeah, and so there's extenuous environmental circumstances that these people have to face, and it can be particularly harsh at times, and that's the problem that we found. And now to go deeper into the problem, I did some research, so I looked at statistics, sort of numbers, what kind of help other people are doing, what kind of resources already exist that are being implemented in these remote villages, as well as analogs. So what could maybe be translated from a separate situation to these remote communities to help them with the lack of infrastructure and to help them sort of deal with day-to-day lives and all that good stuff. And so I started with interviews about trip leaders and students and experts about the region and sort of and basically, I did extensive research and to better understand the problem with these regions. And so my takeaway was that the problem was deeper than simply the surface level sort of infrastructure, lack of infrastructure. While it's very important to help the infrastructure, I found that the best way for me as a student here in Switzerland to help is to sort of devise a way where we can address the root of the problem. And I saw this as a lack of financial literacy within the community. And what I mean by this is that in these remote communities, it's very difficult for you to have a bank account, for you to sort of control your finances. And so what you see is a lot of people, with the little they have, they don't really value it, or there's a very big difficulty in sort of making it worth a lot, right? Making that small quantity last. And so my idea was to present a service for financial literacy that sort of, we use the system, and I'll explain the system of blended tourism a bit later, but basically instead of bringing rocket stoves, we present teachings and learnings about financial literacy to help these people understand that maybe if I put my money in a savings account, my money will actually appreciate, and then it's like a little goes a long way, right? If we get them to invest a little bit and budget a little bit, maybe in 10 years they'll have a bit more money, and then they're able to access that infrastructure from the town 4 hours away. And so it's kind of like a solution where this will help in the future, and it's trying to assess the roots of these remote communities, whereas installing a rocket stove could solve a problem in the future, but offers sort of superficial, long-term answers. Can you go back one? Cool. And so the way we do this is through blended tourism. So basically what I'm offering is the service, it's a guide, and what we do is we get these adventure tourists who want to visit the village, and instead of them going and installing rocket stoves, what they'll actually do is they'll spend an hour, 2 hours teaching the villagers about bank accounts, about investment spending, about compound interest, And hopefully what we can get from this is we can achieve a newer understanding of finances, and then they can get, sorry, I'm a bit out of time. But basically what the point is that we're trying to make a long-term effort with sort of a bit of small-term teaching, and basically it's a service that we're providing to create skills so that they can be successful in the future. And yeah, so what we're creating is this pamphlet. It can be made out of recyclable and resourceful materials such as recycled paper or even seed paper. So once they're done with it, they can plant it and possibly grow like plants and trees, or just recycle it. Recycled paper is very renewable. And yeah, it's the first step in the service. This prototype is very much a mock-up, but that's the idea.
Eagles?
Sam, I think it's a wonderful idea. I love the mathematics component coming in, bringing something that's not so tangible, but like can be shared infinitely. I like that you had that firsthand experience and found the need there. It's hard to express to people who haven't been there. I was on that expedition 2 years ago. It's hard to impress upon people the need that's there. You talked about bringing rocket stoves, but they previously to the rocket stoves were burning yak dung in their house in an open flame to heat. That would be my challenge to you, is impress upon the investors the challenges faced by the Ladakhi, so that they should invest in your direction. Thank you.
I think it's super cool. The prototype is what appeals to me, I think it's something that can scale to many communities. It's not just like one village somewhere. The part that I find a little bit confusing is where do the tourists come in? Why do the tourists educate? And another thing that is a question to explore is, do the people feel that they have a gap? Do they know that the gap can be solved by education? Is there a need? Or is there, otherwise it's going to be very hard to tell people, no, you have to learn this will make you better.
That's a very fair point. Just the tourists is for like funding. It's just the main financial income.
Yeah, thanks. I think the idea is definitely there. I think kind of impressing on people kind of the benefit of it, I think, would be a challenge. I think I think definitely like the education element, getting people to be aware of these things is like the first step, and I think over time, I think you can eventually get to a stage where entering the financial system is a pretty massive step for some of the people in this village, but I think starting somewhere is a worthwhile endeavor.
So Corey, thank you so much. What I like was the market research, especially that you went there and you interviewed people. I think this is so important because at the end of the story, they need to use this product, so they also need to bring their voice and opinion in. So this was really good. I like it. Regarding the earning skills, you said, so you have a booklets. You give the booklets to them. Do they have internet access, or they don't have also internet access? Just for me, maybe they could also get this information online?
In the remote village, internet access is really difficult to find.
Okay, so they don't, and when you give them booklet, so you give them booklet to read, or someone is there to teach and...
Yeah, so that's I wasn't clear about that. You give the booklet to the tourists, and then the tourists would teach the skills to the villages.
So you should first educate tourists. So this is the first step, you educate tourists. But if we educate tourists, would it not make sense to educate directly the people? Instead of going through this, maybe the tourists are not interested, or they don't get what you really want to present. Just my...
Again, it's just, I think it's more of the financial side, because the tourists, they bring in the funds. Basically, the way I saw it, envision it, is they bring in the funds. And so you kind of loop them in so that they can basically pay for it.
So from pricing part, tourist pays you. So how the company basically earns money is that the tourists pay you. Okay, and why the tourists they pay? Is it also that do you provide something to the tourists?
Oh yeah, they can visit the village.
Oh, okay. So this is a mixture of basically education and tourism together to bring this idea. Okay, yeah, thanks so much.
looked at entities that provide microcredits?
Yeah, I looked at
Microfinance?
microfinancing and yeah.
Yeah, the reason why I say it is that what they found out is that like it's much better to give it to women. That's
Yeah.
one. Second one is responsibility is a big part of it. And the third one is the people that get microcredits, they have a big incentive to learn. So that booklet could be potentially something that you bundle with microfinancing.
Indeed, yeah.
Good luck.
Thank you very much, Sam, for that excellent pitch. Next up, we would like to welcome Emily into the lounge.
Okay, hello everyone. Welcome to my presentation. Swiss to World. So an agency that helps small Swiss businesses grow internationally, powered by students. My name is Emily, I'm 18 years old and I come from Finland. I speak 7 languages and I'm currently an 11th grade AP student at ISL. At the meantime, I'm also doing social media influencing. So I'll just go ahead and start with the problem straight away, which is that small Swiss businesses face a global challenge, which is that they have high quality products, strong local reputation, but they also have limited international reach, which means that they don't have enough social media which helps them grow internationally, or like advertisement on social media. And at the same time, students study media, business, mathematics in school, but rarely apply these skills into real companies. And so therefore, education and real economy are disconnected. Can you go back one slide? Thank you. So the key challenges for Swiss brands are also affordability. So small starting Swiss brands here in Switzerland, they struggle with not having affordable access to professional social media services. And also a lack of short-term like video analytics. So they don't have enough people to analyze their data on social media and how they can make improvements to make their content perform better. Also, there is difficulty competing with global brands online because nowadays most advertisement happens in social media. And students, the skills that we learn in school, we like rarely, or we want to use them to also use the skills that we learn in school to real companies. And so Switzerland, however, already has everything needed. So we have highly educated students, a strong education system, and also we have resources at school like cameras, some class time, and software. And also SMEs, which stands for small or medium-sized enterprises, increasingly depend on like short-form video for growth. And so in conclusion, these strengths exist, but they are not connected yet. Yeah. So the solution would be a social media agency that helps small Swiss businesses grow internationally, powered by students. And so basically what we would do is produce advertisement videos and other content on their platforms. And so we would also manage and optimize social media growth. So for example, math statistics students would take a look at their analytics and graphs and everything, and therefore like do data-driven improvements. And yeah, of course we would analyze the performance and improve the results, and also give the engagement and niche. Once we find out what kind of like gender, location, and age group we are collecting with the videos that we produce, we will also show the reports to the clients. And so who this would power is school camera teams. So for example, here in ISL we have BTech students, and we have high quality cameras, which we would use for the videos. And also, as I said earlier, the stats and the maths classes would then analyze all the data, and students who maybe already have experience working with real brands. So here's like a prototype or like an example of what one package would include. So we would use an example that we would, for example, have 3 videos in one, and which are produced by BTech students. And we would also, in case the brand would want us to connect with influencers or celebrities, so the brand would need more people to do advertisement videos, so which would be in their niche. We would take that in our hands and we would find the kind of influencers and celebrities who would be similar to the brand's vibe. And also we would of course report the performance to the clients. And so all of this would be $4,500 a month, plus additional fees in case they would like us to connect with influencers or celebrities, so we could pay them. And so I'm now going to explain how we will analyze data. So here's an example screenshot of my personal TikTok profile, like a video. And here we can see the gender, age, which for me was 18 to 24 by over 50%. And also we can see the top 10 locations. And here on the right side, I filtered it to 365 days. So we can see that, for example, my business profile reached 261 million people, and 5 million people of the people who watched the videos also clicked on my profile and possibly on the links. For example, I did advertisements to other brands as well. And so we can also see, for example, the peaks and lowest moments, and of course the traffic source. And so yeah, the math statistics classes would use these analytics to then make further improvements in the videos. So basically how this would work is that we would first contact brands, and also if our agency grows, they possibly could reach out to us first, and they would send us a brief, so what kind of story they have about their brand and the guidelines that they would want us to use. And yeah, we would then film the videos, make analytics and data-driven improvements, and also the oversight from our agency is that we also plan to do strategy, so what kind of content, when and how often we will post and where it's produced, and give the professional results for clients. So now step by step, how this will happen, how the company generates income, is first we negotiate the price. So that was just an example earlier that I showed about the package, was 4,500 francs a month. And that would, for example, this kind of package would include 3 videos with high quality cameras. And so then we would also do advertising management. So in case a brand would want us to use influencer celebrities to advertise as well, we would then take that in our hands and start campaigns and report the performance. So maybe we will also find out what the brand, what the niche is, what age group there is most interested in the products, and then make more similar kind of content to that age group once we've found out. And then most importantly at the end, ROI, which stands for return of investment. So if they've invested 4,500 francs a month, they will then see how many, for example, people have clicked the links and purchased the products. So yeah, then they can decide whether they want to continue or not. And so why is our agency different is that traditional agencies often are more expensive and outsourced. And by outsourced, I mean that they often don't take everything in their hands. They give it to a third party, which will then analyze data film, so they would have all the information at their own. And so they also don't have full focus on social media. So often people are a little bit older who work there, and especially if the brand would want to sell products for Gen Z, they wouldn't really know what kind of content to do on social media and what would resonate with the audience. And so our agency, on the other hand, would be more affordable, local and student-driven, and we would also have business and education combined. And also it would be authentic Swiss storytelling, as we, all ISOL students, live in Switzerland, and we would have, for example, the resources to go film content in the mountains or something that the brand would suit the brand's vibe. And so the social impact would be that students get real-world experience, and also it would prepare us for future careers. And for Switzerland, we would grow their export. So we wouldn't just grow the brands here in Switzerland, but our main goal is to bring them to other countries as well, of course. And then impact, what we measure is especially the return of investment. And so now to make this happen, the steps that I'm going to make is, the first thing I'm going to establish a website and hopefully also an app after that. Then I will first start to contact local starting Swiss brands, and also hopefully if our agency grows, brands would, like starting Swiss brands would reach out to us. And so then, once we've received some experience with working with them, we would then partner with other schools and students as well. And then our main goal, of course, is to grow internationally. So, Swiss to World connects Swiss talent with Swiss businesses and takes them global. Thank you.
Now let's hear from the judges.
So thank you so much, Emily. I liked the self-presentation, was really good, that who you are. The problem and solution was clear. One question I had regarding the price, how did you come up with the price? Is it compared to competitor or?
Yeah. So I personally am signed with an agency in Los Angeles, and before that I was looking at brands like agencies in Switzerland, but because most of them, well, I looked at the price and they're usually, if they advertise like small businesses, I do different, I do like social media, but I still took a look at their price, and it's usually 5,000 to 20,000 a month. So then I thought, because we're students and like starting, it would be like a little lower than what their starting point is.
And actually, regarding the students, I also had this question. So you said that it's led by students.
Yeah.
So, and the students who are here. So let's say, then it changes, no? So the people that now are in this project, and they go to university, and then new people come into your company, or how this works with the team?
Yes, or I would, for example, we would have a brand with 2 people working in stats and statistics, so we would like look at the graphs and everything, and then for example 2 people filming, content planning, editing, posting in BTech, and then 1 or 2 people like doing the stuff that I do, so send all the emails and everything. And so what I thought is that first I still have 1 more year left here, so we would work now for 2 years, and then depending the people who go then to university, they can decide whether they want to continue, or I'll take new people, possibly also from other schools if there are people maybe who have experience working with real brands.
Yeah, thank you so much. I also like your future plan and information. All the best. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of potential there. I guess basically like you are the brand in many ways, but in terms of like not only thinking international, but thinking on a local or even regional market in Switzerland. I know a lot of the local shops and things don't have a social media presence. Getting young faces and young people interested in a lot of the local things, I think would definitely, I think there's a market for it. I think there's plenty of options you can kind of look at. I love the idea of the students kind of doing the work and you sell it as a kind of student-driven, obviously a lot of old people like me they wouldn't know even where to start in terms of reaching people, so having somebody lead them would be a huge service to them.
Thank you.
Cool. First of all, great presentation. Like from beginning to end, you have everything in there. Everything is thought out. It's the difference that I see that other presentations is some of them they have like an innovation or a solution, and you bring you're a businesswoman. It's like you take the ingredients that are there, you combine it, and you say like, look, I want to start an agency. Where do I have access to? Lots of students, smart kids that like computers, like analysis, like creating stuff. So that's one. That's a resource that is affordable in the Swiss market compared to people that are 30 plus that are very expensive. And then the second thing is you organize that and you start an agency. And the agency can grow over time. So the first thing I wrote down is like, it's the same short point. The students, they will be gone in a year or 2. And then you have to keep recruiting. Or you grow with the people that stay with you and you grow an agency. So, good luck.
Thank you.
Yes, Emily, I liked the presentation. I like that you have this brings in like the pulse of the youth in marketing and social media. I like that you brought in, at the beginning, you talked about your language abilities, harnessing the language abilities of the students. You guys speak so many languages, have connections to so many markets. I think that's often overlooked. And also, I really love that you highlighted the mathematics application in this as a math teacher. I think that would be, it's always wonderful when we can see application in the classroom. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mention something, because I think you are targeting every company basically in every different areas. Maybe from, for example, the beginning, if you let's say target companies that work with youth, this would be even way better, because they're like, wow, they are youth, they are teenagers. You say, look, if you want to advertise, we are youth, we are teenagers, we know how to connect. Bring us in, and then I would be like, wow, that's really good, because other agencies, there are, for example, people in older ages that they do this, but if you are working, for example, with youth, you want younger voices in, then this would even makes you like differentiate even you from other agency apart from other points. Just a comment and a recommendation. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Emily, for that wonderful pitch. Next up, we have Eric Aberg presenting his recycling app. Ladies and gentlemen, please give Eric a round of applause.
Right, thank you guys. Good morning everyone, good morning Mr. Muller, Mr. G, Mr. Perron, and of course Mr. Bonadura, Mrs. Bonadura. So what I'd like to start off with now is to kind of get an idea on what the problem was and what the kind of thing we're innovating on. So as we can see, my associates very kindly given all the judges, or the eagles, sorry, a water bottle. And I'd like the eagles to all take, let's say around 10 seconds, to kind of think about some own individual repurposing that they could do with these water bottles. So I'll give you some time just to think. Any ideas going on? Go ahead.
I would tape this to the pillar where I park next to where I park my car, so my kids don't bash the door into the concrete pillar.
Clever. Good. Any ideas, Rob?
I was thinking more of the like putting the soil in and like growing, like starting a seedling for vegetables and things like that.
That's very nice. Yeah. Any ideas, sir?
Maybe insulation, fill it with something, put it in the wall.
Cool. Very good. Now, I think this is exactly what I was looking for, because what I was looking for is something to touch on the idea that the creativity behind recycling is something that we're missing at the moment. Now, if I'd like to move on to the next slide, please. So in my day-to-day, a problem that I came across was that recycling right now these days is boring. There is no creativity and innovation behind it. Right now, at the moment, we offload our recycling and we move it away as sort of trash. Switzerland, for example, which is the country we're in right now, does very well at sorting out its recycling. About 82 of our recyclable trash does get sorted into recycling. But what this leads us to is a massive gap in the market. About 2/3 of that recycling material that is set towards recycling actually gets recycled. So what we do is we like to forget about our recycling and we move on and we act as though it's just a negligible side piece. It's trash. What we wanted to get to here is we wanted to make recycling, I see as more dynamic, more innovative, and more hands-on and personal. So I'd like to move on to the next slide, please. So what I had as a thought to what a solution has to be is that recycling has to become fun. It needs to be dynamic and hands-on. I wanted people to be excited to be able to think about how they could possibly recycle, how they can kind of get involved individually into recycling. So my solution, as I say here, it had to motivate action and accountability on one's own recycling and waste. I think group, collective, individual behaviour as a collective can initiate a lot of change. I wanted to inspire people to be more hands-on and of course to encourage creativity. So what kind of product right now in the market kind of holds these attributes? And I'd like to move on to the next slide, please. I think Lego. So what we have here is my initiation, my story regarding product research. So what I have right now is I have a product that is obviously very popular, about 220 million Lego sets sold annually. And it had the kind of attributes that I was looking for. It kind of started my direction towards what kind of product I wanted to make. So I understood that obviously it's got popularity, it holds creativity, it holds creation and hands-on, but it also gives you a step-by-step process. It's easy and accessible for most people. So that was the kind of dynamic products that I was looking for. If we move on again. So here we go, we see, and I kind of broke down what the process with using Lego is for each individual, right? So it matched my vision, and then I looked more into the specifics. We've got obviously acquiring the set, which is exciting. So there is an initial attraction, it looks nice, all the way it's packaged. Then we've also got the step-by-step process, which again, as I've said, is accessible to most, but is a sort of instructions, a way to channel one's creativity. We've got the product you create, that's a sort of satisfaction once you're finished, and then there's use out of the product. Now, for most of these Lego products, it's a toy, but it could be a bird feeder, or etc., etc. That's kind of what I was trying to get to. So if we move on, hence, the product. So what we've got here is recycling. And if I'd like to kindly ask my associate to switch to the actual product. What I've developed is an AI app that can, based on your prompts and based on pictures that you give it, come up with ideas on how to recycle your plastic water bottles or potentially other recyclable waste. So here we have a picture of the very three water bottles that you guys have in your hands. We're going to upload it, and what we can see is it's already giving some ideas, right? And what this does is it brings back some of the fun, some of the innovation, but makes it very easy and accessible. You don't have to stop and think. It's kind of automated for you, but it begins that creativity and innovation process for yourself. As we can see here, it's got all sorts of ideas on how you can potentially, and a step-by-step process, a lot akin to the Lego building process. But now you get some actual use out of the waste that you've had. So I'd like to ask my associate to switch the slideshow. Now, obviously, there are some limitations, right? Right now, AI can only go so far. We don't have as much data per se, but we're hoping that with increasing expansion, we can be able to enable that, and I think that should be fairly possible, and obviously that's what the Eagles could potentially help me with. The community is small, the brand is small, the initial attraction, I think what we need is people for it to be a known name, you know what I mean? It's a known idea, this idea is known. I think it's fairly easy to spread that, to disseminate that. I think, for example, you could have it in Kita, for example, kids could be using it at schools or kindergarten. You can kind of start implementing it, it's fairly cheap and easily, spread. So yeah, we're hoping you can change that, guys. I'm moving on. So yeah, the next steps, obviously it's broadening the brand, the community, making sure that people know what's going on, and I think what's important is to be aware of the fact that be aware of the fact that this kind of thing exists and this innovation is possible, and that it's important to be able to be hands-on with innovation with recycling. All right. Thank you very much for listening. Comments and questions?
I guess I'll jump in. Eric, your presence is engaging as you present. I've known you as a student. Like that's a hallmark of your delivery style. I think that'll serve you really well. And I really appreciate how hard it is to find creative ways to make something boring like mathematics fun. But it takes a lot of creativity, and I am glad that you're pushing that boundary. And following some other successful paths, I like that you linked it up with Lego, that idea of creating something. My suggestion might be make it competitive. Strava is highly competitive. Everybody can see how you run or bike or whatever. You make the coolest thing, and instead of having a couple of geniuses figure out what you can do with these, maybe you open it up to the user group, and whoever's got the best idea or makes the best bird feeder. You giving them Schoology badges and stuff like that are highly popular.
Should be easy to, more than easy to. Yeah. Thank you.
Cool. I love the presentation. I love how you engage with everybody and how you got us into thinking what to do with it. I was struggling a bit to find out like what are you trying to solve? Because you started with numbers, like I believe 82% and then 68% and 2/3 recycle and not and this and that. So I was thinking like, he wants to recycle more. We have to do more recycling. But if I understand correctly, what you're saying is
the app and the prototype that you built is more for repurposing instead of recycling. So if instead of throwing it away and bringing it into the recycling, whatever, it's like, what can you do with it?
I think the idea initially is obviously people stop forgetting about their waste if they hold on to it and try and think of more innovation. And I think that initially already solves a problem, but then I also think it starts to spread kind of an idea and awareness of, well, actually, this is my waste. I do need to deal with it. I need to help kind of create some sort of guidelines on how to deal with it, either to be in a fun, creative way, like my product, or it can even just get people to start to thinking in an aware idea, if that makes sense. Okay.
Yeah, I really like the pitch. I think, again, there's an idea there that it could definitely go somewhere. I don't think, for me anyways, I don't think the AI is the selling point. I think it's like everything you can do with recycling and AI. I think that's yeah, you mentioned like in schools for even businesses, offices, like, you know, getting that the idea of not throwing stuff away and actually reusing the stuff that you even have in your office. I think your school would be really interesting. The monetizing part, I don't know how that would come into it. I think like maybe the competition piece. I think what's going to stop someone just from going on AI and kind of doing it themselves. But I think like if you provide the structure and like show people examples of, oh, this is what you can do with PET bottles and other things, I think that could lead to something interesting. But yeah, I think it's definitely, you're almost like promoting reusing rather than recycling. You don't actually want it to go into the recycling bin. You want somebody to actually take it and do something else with it before they actually recycle. So I think that has a lot of benefits.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, thank you so much. I also agree with other judges. I like the engagement and asking questions. It was really nice, and I liked because you talked about creativity and fun in your business, but you also brought that creativity and fun in your presentation as well. This was really good. I think as an entrepreneur, what I say, three main things is, one thing is your story and your product. The other thing is your customer. Who is the person? So this is so important because, for example, are my customer people, individual people? Are they educational institution who working on, or are they some recycling agency? I think this is so important. That so who are you targeting? Who is my customers? Because at the end, also it's really important that when you know who is your customer, then you can study on your customer, do research, and say, okay, how I make it important for them that they see the willingness to pay. Because you need to bring money inside your company. This is entrepreneur. No matter how great the idea is, if you don't bring money inside the company, it won't last. So you need, and this is so important, also thinking about the pricing, thinking about who am I targeting, and their willingness to pay. These are, one thing I was just thinking about the pricing, is it, because you showed us the website. So let's say, for example, I am interested in this and I want to be your customer. So I go on website, I subscribe to that website. Do I pay it monthly, yearly? How that works?
It would probably work. Sorry, it would probably work like a subscription, kind of understanding the same way that something like for ChatGPT Premium works, or that kind of idea.
So just for me, maybe as a recommendation, for example, if you let's say I target educational institution, so I know clear, and then you can say, look, I want to bring that creativity, problem solving, and together for your students. And this is something maybe they are willing, that's okay, but that's okay, if they can bring it into their basically educational system. This is also would be good, that there is fun, it's creative, and it's also good eco-friendly. But all in all, thank you so much. It was really nice, and I enjoyed it.
Well, thank you very much.
Sadly, due to time restrictions, we cannot have the mystery presentations any longer. We really wish we could do it, but what we will try to do is reschedule it for next year, so you all have a reason to come back again. But now we would like to offer a 8-minute networking session while the judges make their decisions on who the final winner is, and then in about 5 minutes we will announce the final winner of the YFS Eagles Round for 2026.
So no networking with us because we're
Alright, where's Ali? Ali and Maurice. Ali, when you go give this out to them. I want to we all just had a good idea. Presented by the whole YFS Eagles Lounge. Well, I'm not saying we would like to.
All right, Eagles. May I have your attention, everyone? May I please have your attention?
Can you play the Jaws music?
We try to cue the music. So, it appears that our Eagles have spent some time discussing which pitches they enjoyed the most and which pitches they see the most potential in. And our Eagles have reached a decision, finally. Who would like to announce?
So I'll do the runner-up.
Okay, you say
Yeah?
the first one, I say the second place.
No, I do the second place, you do the first place.
We
Turn
know-
off the mics.
Sorry,
have drum
I guess
roll?
first,
Yeah.
before we even get a huge shout out to these guys for running the session.
Yes.
A huge shout out to all the presenters that came up and bravely presented and pitched their ideas. I think they were all great, so give them a huge hand.
So I'll announce the second place, but before that, I just want to say, honestly, you were all winner for us. We were really impressed at such an age. You were all confident coming in front of people you don't know, presenting your ideas. And honestly, it's not about first and second place, what you get out of this competition. You learn how to solve a problem, how to present, how to be confident. And these are the skills that serves you through whole your life, not just beyond academia and beyond education. But we had to come up, it was very tough, I think, for all of us. We didn't know we had to come up with 2 people. So the second place goes to Emily. Thank you so much. So Emily, thank you so much. We like your presentation. We like that you brought also yourself, your authenticity, and your work in. And we also like that you looked at different aspects, not just the idea, but also how to bring it inside the market, how to make money out of it, your pricing strategies, going to see the competitor. They were really nice, and we wish you all the best for your career and academics.
Thank you very much.
The number one, that's the big one now. Again, we had quite a bit of discussion about, like, you know, what is the most important problem to solve. And you gave a couple of really good examples of, like, look, cleaning is important, like health is important, the world and recycling and everything. Those are big challenges. And we had a lot of really cool, like, ideas and presentations covering all of those. So what we did is we took a step back and we said, like, okay, if I now had to put my own money in, which one of these ideas would go 100x or 1,000x? So if I put in 1,000, which one would yield like 1,000,000? So if you look at, for instance, Emily, your business is the most likely to make money. Yeah, because you know what you're doing, you have access to great people, you can make more money. Oh, sorry about that. But your business will not go 1,000 times bigger. Right? It's always about people, and you have like 10 and 20, and you can grow a big agency, which is a big thing for like being the runner-up. Right? So the one that we thought had the most opportunity and potential was Matteo. Very innovative. There's a massive market. The challenge will be like, you know, to innovate and to actually get the product to market and then beat the market and everything. But if you nail it, then you have a massive opportunity, Matteo. And we're here, by the way. Good luck, you won.
We knew.
Thank you everyone for attending. I'm sure it was a very close win between Matteo and Emily and the other participants. But what matters most is that everyone tried and everyone showed up. So thank you so much for coming, and I hope you enjoyed it.
Ladies and gentlemen, the panel will begin in a few minutes, so settle down and turn your phones on silent. Thank you. Sport is one of the most powerful forces in our world. It brings billions together, shapes cultures, and inspires action. But behind the excitement of packed stadiums, international tours, and major tournaments lies a question we don't often confront enough. What is the true environmental impact behind the games we love? And how can sport become part of the solution rather than part of the problem? The global sports industry is estimated to generate over 300 million tons of carbon dioxide emissions annually from water-heavy playing surfaces, energy-intensive stadiums, and international team travel, which is somewhat equivalent to the entire emissions of Poland the entire year. A single major international tournament can produce the same carbon footprint as a small city running for an entire year. This panel asks us to rethink how sport interacts with the planet. How can governing bodies and federations reduce environmental impact without compromising performance or accessibility? How do we move from sustainability as a buzzword to sustainability as a system? Hello, my name is Mithil Agarwal and I'm a 12th grade student here at ISL and a member of the YFS series team. I would like to welcome you to the fourth panel, More Than a Game, Sport's Role in a Sustainable Future. Joining me today are two speakers working directly at the intersection of sport, sustainability and innovation. Philippe Fan, who is the head of sustainability at Swiss Golf. Philippe works on integrating environmental responsibility into the long-term strategy of golf in Switzerland, from sustainable course management and infrastructure to supporting clubs in reducing their environmental footprint, while protecting biodiversity and ensuring the sport remains inclusive and future-proof. Ioannis Konstantopoulos, a researcher in sport sustainability at the University of Lausanne. His work focuses on sustainability strategy, data-driven decision-making, and systems-level change. Ioannis specializes in helping organizations move beyond broad climate commitments and into measurable operational action, translating sustainability goals into frameworks, metrics, and decisions that can scale across industries, but focusing on sport. Together, our panelists will explore where sport stands today, what is already working, and what roles organizations, athletes, and fans can play in shaping a more sustainable future. The first 25 minutes of the session will allow our panelists to answer the questions I've prepared and discuss them openly, with the remaining time allowing you, the audience, to ask any questions. I'd like to start by grounding us in the reality of sport today, what it looks like from the outside, and what's actually happening beneath the surface. Philippe, golf is often perceived as being close to nature, almost automatically sustainable, as it is played in a park. Using that perception as a starting point, could you outline the key environmental challenges that sports in general face today, and explain why governing bodies such as Swiss Golf now see sustainability as a strategic priority rather than a side project?
Thank you, me too. Thank you for having me, guys. So first of all, you've mentioned that golf is close to nature, but actually golf is quite within nature. And I don't know if any of you have ever played golf, or I think you've played golf. It's really wonderful sports because the environment is really beautiful. And when I started at Swiss Golf, that was 1 year ago, I hadn't played golf ever. And now I still don't play often, but it's always a nice opportunity to go on a golf course. So the perception of golf is quite interesting because it's very mixed. Some people see it as a very green sport, some people see it as a waste of natural resources and lands. But what the key challenges are in golf are definitely two areas when it comes to environment. One is nature, and two is are the resources. But this is quite universal for any kind of sport, I would say. So when it comes to nature, the biggest challenges are definitely topics such as pollution, the air quality, the playing quality. We've seen the badminton tournament going on recently where pollution has been an issue. And when it comes to golf, one big issue is the turf management. With climate change, there's more and more turf diseases. At the same time, the options for treating these diseases becomes fewer and fewer due to ongoing regulations. And second are the resources. It comes to energy, to water. These topics are more and more under scrutiny. And when you think of sports like ski, snow is also a resource that is not a given anymore now and in the future. So this is a reason why sustainability is not only a buzzword for us as federation, but also for other federations, because it's about being able to do and play that sport. It's a question of survival, which is why it's quite natural to put it into our strategy.
When you hear that sort of misconceptions that you see in sport, is that something you see in other industries and other sports as well? Maybe a sport seen as being very unsustainable, maybe is sustainable, or vice versa?
All right. First of all, of the conference and for the kind invitation, even though you didn't give me this nice blue hoodie that I asked, but I'm kidding. No, it's super interesting, the discussion about sport. So, from the one side, you mentioned these 300,000 tons of carbon emissions, the equivalent of Poland, right, for 1 year. On the other hand, if you count emissions, carbon emissions, absolute carbon emissions by industry, sports represent less than 0.1% of the total, right? You have oil production, you have fashion, you have other industries that they're polluting much more than sport. But at the same time is what Philippe said, that sport is heavily affected by climate crisis, especially outdoor sport. Golf is one example, skiing and winter sport is a different and very good example. Less in indoor sports, but we've seen multiple ways that sport is affected by the climate crisis. We've seen floods, we see air pollution, which decreases performance. We've seen athletes that they stop playing and they fall down because of extreme heat in the Australian Open. So we see multiple impacts of climate crisis in sport. And on the other hand, even though the total emissions of the industry is quite low, we have sports like Formula One or other sports that they circulate around the world and they produce millions of carbon emissions, right? And not only sports, but also events. For example, the Olympics, multi-sport events. We're talking about millions of people taking a flight to go to a certain place and watch a spectacle. We have huge facilities being built out of nothing in the middle of the desert or in the middle of a mountain that produces quite a lot of impact on the environment, not only in terms of carbon emissions, but also biodiversity loss, water pollution. So we often talk about carbon emissions, but carbon emissions is just a currency to quantify different impacts that they happen across different levels. And we shouldn't only think when we talk about sustainability, this is not equivalent only to the environment, but we are talking also about social impacts, about financial impacts, and about governance issues. So it's a much more holistic concept to say the least.
So there's definitely a challenge that we can see, and many sports organisations commit now to net zero targets or sustainability goals. From your experience, anyone, where do they most often fall short and in turning ambition into real measurable action? And what role does data and potentially technologies like AI play in closing those gaps?
Ooh, too many questions in one, huh? Net zero, that's a buzzword of the days. I don't like it at all. Yes, indeed, the irony here and the paradox is that the biggest sport organizations, the ones with the biggest impacts, like the IOC, FIFA, UEFA, compared to Swiss Golf, which has a much more minimal impact compared to the IOC. The biggest, they are the ones who commit to net zero targets or 50% reduction. And they haven't fallen short already because these targets are for 2030, so they still have 5 years to work on them. But if you think logically, 90 or 95% of the emissions, they come out of what I said before, construction and mobility, mainly mobility. Meaning that if the Olympics, the next Olympics are happening in the US, if we all go and watch the Olympics, this represents the 90% or more of the emissions. So how can these organizations become net zero with events under the current form? It's impossible by biological thinking, right? So all these organizations, all these goals that they have set, they are relying in one principle, technology. The fact that we will have biofuels in a few years so that they can become net zero, or offsets, questionable offsets in a lot of times. So this, I wouldn't like to talk about net zero. I think it's non-realistic under the current form and relies on external developments or external organizations and not the work that these organizations they do themselves. Because UEFA's office, for example, is fully sustainable, or the IOC's renewable energies, nice energy efficiency and stuff, but the impact doesn't come from the office itself. It's just a building, but from the Olympics. And if the Olympics are not downgrading to make it a smaller event with less impact, then they will never become net zero.
Interesting. And Philippe, sustainability, similar to what Ioannis was saying, they often involve trade-offs, higher short-term costs, changes to tradition, which in golf is a very, very important thing, and resistance from clubs and players. Where does resistance most commonly arise, and what strategies or projects have you worked on to help drive change?
So what I've learned about working in sustainability, be it from a sports federation point of view or from a corporate perspective, is that there will always be resistance. No one will ever be happy if you do it like one way. Some people will be unhappy if you do it the other way, other people will be unhappy. So the lesson is just believe in what you're doing, be committed, and communicate with your key stakeholders and players. And a project I've learned, for example, is a recent project now where on a governmental level we are not allowed anymore to use pesticides in the future. In the EU that is already reality. And on the other hand, you have golf courses in Asia and the US that look perfect, very artificial. And then people come to us and say, yes, but that course on TV looked like this. And we have to explain to the clubs, the players, to everyone, to the managers, to my own board internally, that this is not the reality anymore. So that is a typical point of trade-off versus pragmatism, because either you do illegal activities, then people will be unhappy because you have to pay the fines, or you make the players angry. So it's a lot of patience, it's a lot of pragmatism, where you need to choose a communication that makes sense, that is sensitive, that is also ambitious, because you have to tell the people that we do not want you to fly from Zurich to Geneva anymore, or we do not want you to use these pesticides just to make the grass a little bit more dark green. So it's very hard, because at the same time, when you say like words like sustainability, people will be like, oh no, they've heard this word now for 3 years, they cannot hear it anymore. So we have to kind of frame it in a different way, so we have to show them that if you do not follow these rules and principles, you will be fined. So if you really show them the use of the strategies of following and implementing sustainability, then you will kind of meet this resistance in a positive way.
I see. And elite sport is driven by marginal gains, for example, better equipment, more data, faster travel, or new technology. To what extent does the pursuit of performance conflict with sustainability? And where do you see genuine opportunities for alignment rather than trade-offs? This is a question to both of you. We'll start with Philippe.
I think what I've already mentioned is that the better you have, the better tools you have, the more you can make things and playing conditions perfect in golf and also in other sports. But then you have to ask yourself, is this a responsible thing to invest lots of millions or to create a lot of damage to the environment just to improve playing conditions or performance just marginally? And that is really a big risk. But on the other hand, you have a lot of data, a lot of efficiency that improves not only sports but also the environmental performance. We are working a lot of reducing water use just with more effective tools. Because if you know how much money a golf course spends just for watering the golf course. It's really crazy, and then that's money that is really a waste in my opinion. So with more data, we can be more responsible and sustainable, not only on the environmental side, but also financially. I think Johannes mentioned that in sports, people love to talk just about environment, and sometimes we forget that sustainability is not only the environment or social factors, but also a lot of financial indicators that allow, like golf courses or other clubs, Football Club Barcelona, to live longer, because the finances there are looking also very badly at the moment.
That's true. I mean, he said everything, but from one side, you have an amateur sport club here in Zug, and from the other side, you have a super competitive professional organization, right? The amateur club, what do they do? They meet 3 times a week, they play the sport, the equipment lasts for years, etc., etc. What we all do in terms of amateur sport. From the other side, you have a club or an organization that competes in all international tournaments, so 4 or 5 times a year, I don't know, depending on the sport. The best equipment, they change the equipment every month or so. They, as Philippe said, they treat the pitch on the best condition, what is sustainable and what is not sustainable, right? And it's funny because it's what I said about the professional club, it represents the vast minority of sports, right? It's really the top of the pyramid. If you count sports as a pyramid, then there are few professional organizations in the top of this pyramid and a few athletes, and then there is all the amateur sport that has a minimal impact on the environment. So it's pretty much like what we see with flights, that you have a lot of people that they try to avoid taking flights and be more environmentally friendly, and then you have a bunch of people that they come to Davos on private planes or whatever, and they produce the emissions of 1,000 people over a year, right? So it's always the minorities that they strive for the excellence in terms of sport or money, I don't know, that they produce the biggest harm in the environment.
And do you think that's something that can change? You look at Formula One or even the PGA Tour, every week they're flying in their private jets to new locations, bringing all the cars, all the technology. They're crossing the globe every week. Is that something that is too ingrained into the sport that it cannot change anymore? Do you think there's potential for it to change? What are your thoughts on that?
There are 2 levels of change. There is the top-down change, which means that the board of directors of Formula One will say, will change and will become more sustainable. And there's a bottom-up change, which happens out of the fans, out of society, that demands change. If you ask my honest opinion, they will never decide to stop making money and say, okay, we will stop doing things as we used to do and we will do it completely different. Never.
Yeah.
Because because I spoke before about sustainability as governance. If you see the board of directors of the IOC or these high organizations, it's usually people over 60, 70 old. They used to do the things in an old-fashioned way when sustainability was not a trend. Now, bottom-up change might change things, because if the funds demand a different way of doing things, less competitions, less matches, etc., then this can bring change. Actually, this can force change. So I'm hoping that the change in society and the more sustainable mindset might bring some external pressure for the sports industry to change.
Looking 10 to 20 years ahead, what would success actually look like for sustainability in sport? What needs to change now at the governance, organizational, or cultural level to make that future realistic rather than aspirational? Philippe?
So, similar to Ioannis, I don't believe that there will be a perfect world in terms of sustainability and responsibility in 15, 20 years. But what needs to change now is definitely more awareness on all levels, on an amateur level, but also on a professional level, more action, but most importantly, more commitment. For example, the biggest golf tournament, which is the Open and European Masters in Crans-Montana, is very strongly committed to sustainability. They have even hired an external consultancy where they work a lot on sustainability. They are like a role model as an event in sustainability. And with that, they've created a lot of action, not only for the event itself, but also for the players, for organizations involved, for the whole chain of products. So I think it's a very strong argument that it needs to be holistic from A to Z, and there needs to be clear commitment from top down as well. I think that's really important from all organizations on a lower level, but also from bigger organizations like the IOC.
What success would look like in 10, 20 years? $1 million question. If I reply to this, I'll get a position in the IOC. The question we need to ask is, do we want sports to operate the way it does already? I would say there are some radicals, right? Radical people that they say, okay, let's stop the Olympics. It's not environmentally sustainable, let's stop them. But if we follow this logic in other industries in the world, we would stop pretty much everything in the modern way that we live. So I think that we have to go to the middle ground and reduce the size of those events, make it more regional, and make it more accessible to local people. So for example, in the next World Cup that happens in the US, it's definitely not sustainable for me to follow my favorite team all over the US, Canada, and Mexico and watch 4 matches. But if the people in Detroit, in Minneapolis, in Mexico, in Canada, the local people are the ones who have the vast majority of the seats in the stadium, then we are reducing a lot the impact. And I think there is a future for a smaller sports industry, more accessible to locals, less commercialized, in which we can all follow online those events until they come back with the circulation in our own region, right? So it could be a solution to prohibit myself to follow events in Asia, in the Americas, and only watch in Europe when they come, and then give the opportunity to the American people to watch when the events go to the America, right? So I think there is a future, but with massive change.
And Philippe, golf is seen as a very rich person's sport. There's still somewhat of a misconception around it. What have you done? The title of the panel is Sustainability's Role in the Future. Sustainable Future. Sports role in the sustainable future, sorry. So how have you worked on projects to grow the sport of golf in underdeveloped countries, in maybe in Africa or India, where golf isn't as widespread there?
That's a very good question, and that is a question I would like to address to many people myself. I think as a national federation that is not within our scope, it's not within our responsibilities to improve the sport in other countries, but what I can say is golf is a very resource-intensive sport. It takes a lot of money, it takes a lot of areas and space to be able to play golf. But within Switzerland, the trend is we have around 90 private golf courses, which are very expensive, and around 8 golf courses that are public. And the membership within these public golf courses is increasing a lot, while the private golf courses are struggling to grow, some of them. So the trend is clearly that golf has become more and more public and more accessible, but it doesn't change the fact that the majority of players are more wealthy than the average person within the country or in the world. But what we should not forget is just the role of sports in general. We talk a lot about the footprint, environmental footprint, the harms and damages sports do, but we should not forget that sports have a lot of potential for the environment, but also for the human being, for society in general. And in the end, sport is all about connecting and creating communities and inspiring people. That is also the background of the Olympics. It's not about performing the best, but it's a way of joining and making people as a union.
Yeah, similar ones. We were talking about this yesterday at dinner, where we have the choice of hosting the Olympics at the the richest countries in the world, or we have the option to build the stadiums in the less developed countries, because obviously with the financial gain and social gain that countries get from hosting these big events, what sort of trade-offs and what do you see in that area?
The second $1 million question. I think I did an answer yesterday, and I want to give a clear answer today as well. Yes, there is this big dilemma, right? The one side saying, let's circulate events in the countries that they already have the infrastructure. Let's do the Olympics always in Paris, that has the infrastructure. And in this way, Qatar or India or other places in the world will never have the chance to build the facilities, and we will be environmentally sustainable. But then we go to what Philip said, that if you don't give the opportunity for countries to develop infrastructure, then how do they develop their own sports, societies, etc.? It's a very colonialist approach, right? And again, I would choose the middle ground, that if Qatar, just as an example, or India or Africa, they build a stadium for 100,000 people, the most costly stadium, the biggest, the fanciest, what you see in Morocco now, right? This stadium will be used 10 times for the World Cup, and then it will never be used because it's not financially sustainable for a local club or socially sustainable, etc. But if you give these countries an opportunity to build another stadium with 20,000 people capacity, that they will be used regularly with sustainable materials, and a plan, a 10-year, 20-year plan to be used by the locals, then this is an investment that in this country needs to happen, as it happened in France 50 years ago, or in Germany, or in developed countries. So I think we shouldn't be unjust, we should be fair, we should keep the sport universal, global, but on a completely different perception.
Thank you very much. Sport has always shaped culture. The question is whether it's ready to reshape itself. That's all I have time for in terms of questions, so we're now going to take a 2-minute break to allow you to process all of this information and ask any final questions for the panelists. Please keep your questions brief, and I'll do my best to get to as many as possible. Thank you. Might have inspired any more thoughts. So any questions from the audience?
Yannis, could you talk a little more about sustainability, environmental sustainability in motorsports? Do you believe it could ever be achieved, and if yes, how?
it's the least. It's one of the least sustainable at the moment, right? They again depend on what I said before on technology. If we invent biofuels, and this is their argument in terms of marketing, they say that they are in the edge of innovation, right? So whatever happens in Formula One, then slowly we try to transfer that to normal cars that we all use. So if the sport can be used as an innovation hub to innovate in terms of environmental sustainability, in terms of biofuels, hydrogen use, etc., stuff like that, then it could potentially be sustainable, more sustainable, not sustainable, more sustainable. But we're very far from it at the moment. So I wouldn't say that we, as a society, give them a license to operate for all this year until and if they manage to make these breakthroughs, these innovations. But overall, it's a trick question. Yeah, I think motorsport is a big part of the problem.
You mentioned that football wants to be like the
Net zero.
pollution.
Mm-hmm.
What happens if they don't complete that promise? What do you think would be the consequences, kind of like?
Oh my God, this is $1 billion question. Yours were $1 million question. Why? Because sport is one of the very few industries that they regulate themselves. What does that mean? That all other industries like fashion and stuff, they follow some laws of the country, right? All the international laws, as we all follow. But sport is autonomous. Autonomous means that whatever they do, they are responsible of the consequences. So they are not accountable to anyone. If the IOC president or the FIFA's president is corrupted, then he's not going to be prosecuted by he's not going to follow the judicial process of each country. So never happens, nothing happens is the answer to your question. And that's a big problem, because if they didn't manage to achieve the goals of net zero, and they were accountable to someone, and if this someone said, okay, if you don't achieve this goal, then you stop operating, then they would have to achieve these goals. But now, no, nothing happens. That's a big part of the problem. You touched on the core of the problem.
That is actually not only in sports, that's the whole world. Like, if a country doesn't achieve net zero in the next few years, nothing will happen basically. But the goal of net zero is not only to achieve it, but I think it's a way of, like, you always have the aspiration and pragmatism. So you should aspire for a lot, but if you don't achieve it, you should become pragmatic then and say, okay, we have not achieved what we wanted to, but at least this goal helped us to move in the right direction. And I believe that having a goal that's maybe impossible is better than not having a goal at all.
Yes, I fully agree. And just one additional note, because you said about countries. The global order, the United Nations, the international collaboration frameworks is what is, in my opinion, and a few others' opinion, the only way to fight effectively climate crisis, to become more sustainable. Because even if Switzerland is net zero and fully sustainable, if in Greece or Russia or the US they produce millions of tons of carbon emissions, then climate crisis will continue as it is, and it will continue to affect Switzerland, right? So international collaboration is the only way to fight climate crisis. And at the moment, international collaboration is at its worst of the last 100 years. No, 180.
I think we have time for one more question. Anyone?
Hello, question for both of you. What do you think about the increase in the amount of matches that are being played? For example, in football, the amount of matches is increasing quite a lot every year, and the players are also seen complaining. What effect do you think this has on the organization and sustainability of the sport?
So, I think human health and players' health and well-being is just as important for sustainability as environmental topics. So I think with the recent trends we're seeing is that it's not sustainable for human health, which I think we're talking a lot about mental health as well. It's a bit of a buzzword, but we should not forget human health as well. Since the trend is so recent, there's no long-term study or long-term results in what the real effects are actually human health. We've seen football players breaking down, tennis players breaking down, collapsing, and I think that is something that Johannes has touched upon, that the trend and a little bit the greed of organizations is a dangerous trend.
Yeah, fully agree. I would just add that in sports, in other industries as well, but in sports specifically because we're talking about sports, there is this growth perception. What does it mean? That if you're a CEO of an organization or the board of directors or an employee of an organization, your success is what? More members, more medals, more fans, more matches, more money. It's everything around growth. How do we become bigger and bigger and bigger? He said before, the membership of the public clubs is increasing, so growth. More matches is the definition of growth. So perhaps we need to change the structural mindset and go to a degrowth or a post-growth concept. What do I mean with this? Less matches or the same amount of matches but different consumption. This is what post-growth says. Online consumption, less traveling, etc., etc. So in my opinion, to become more sustainable, we have to leave aside the growth concept. We don't need to continue growing endlessly.
Yeah. That's all we have time for today, as this session is now coming to an end. I'd like to thank the audience for your questions and participation, as well as the panelists for sharing their experiences and insights into our very important topic. Please join me in giving our panelists a warm round of applause. I would like to ask that you now please begin your transition to session 5. If you do have any more questions for the panelists, you are free to make way to the front, but please be mindful for your time to your next session. Thank you and have a great day.
That was great. Thank you, man. Thank you so much. That was great.
Hello everybody. I would like to ask for you to all please settle down, turn off your phones, as the session will begin shortly.
Companies have not been created to protect the owners from public scrutiny. Companies have been created to make business easier, to facilitate business transactions.
Hurting the environment in a big way. It's always about opaque kind of structures where you don't know who's really benefiting.
Americans across the country spend more than ever this holiday weekend. One group is urging people to do the opposite. The We Ain't Buying It protest is trying to send a message to retailers by closing their wallets.
Companies know that if they do one good thing, they can get away with continuing to do bad stuff. You gotta know who are the people behind the business.
How much do our ethical choices really influence our economy? As consumer awareness and consciousness grow, both markets and the wider economy are being reshaped at an unprecedented pace. Whether it comes from consumers or business owners themselves, we can now see a true shift into how ethics come forth in business models. This panel will explore how informed, value-driven consumers are influencing business models, demanding clear information, and redefining what trust means in today's economy. From boycotts, to widespread protests, to transparent business models, our world is changing every day. Every small action can now make a difference. Our speakers will discuss the ethical responsibilities in guiding modern commerce and how everyday consumer choices are reshaping entire sectors in our world today. Hello, my name is Misha, and I'm an 11th grade student here at ISNL, and a leader of the YFS series team. And I would like to welcome you to the Trust, Transparency, and the Changing Market Landscape panel. Joining me for this session are two experienced professionals who both have key and valuable insights into the ever-changing world of ethics. To my left is Catherine MacDonald, a research associate at the Institute for Business Ethics at the University of St. Gallen, and a dear friend of the Youth Forum Switzerland. Her research focuses on the human rights-related responsibilities of multinational enterprises, and she has conducted extensive fieldwork in Ethiopia and the Democratic Republic of the Congo. She has also previously worked at the United Nations Development Program and is passionate about responsible business conduct and leadership. Further down is Vesper Voljali, previously a professional handball player, with experiences within the private banking industry. Switching sectors 5 years ago, he is currently a multi-business owner with great knowledge of ethics within business standards. His companies, ranging from investments into startups, a sport interview network, a vocational training center, and Loombin, which creates sustainable upcycled lighting solutions. So please join me in welcoming Catherine MacDonald and Vesper Voljali. The first 25 minutes of this session will allow our panelists to answer the questions that I have prepared and discuss them openly, with the remaining time allowing you, the audience, to ask any questions you may have about the panelists or the topic at hand. So to begin, Vesper, as a business owner yourself, what have been some of the key things you have had to learn about being transparent with your own consumers? And how exactly would you say that ethics play into such?
Yeah, thank you very much for having me here. I'm very impressed by the energy here. It's my first time. Thank you, it's great to see. Loombin actually is my first business where I founded with a co-founder actually. And transparency was always a key value we had inside. What we learned with Lumbin especially was when we talk about transparency, it's not something you can just use as a storytelling, it's actually transparency in the process. And when we talk about at Lumbin, what we actually do is we engineer and produce luminaries, and we specialize on the retrofitting actual luminaires and use the components and upcycle them. And then you have some key components like energy savings, lower CO2 footprint. And transparency is very key in our business because you have to show them the process. And when you show them the process, then it's valid that you really walk the talk. And that's a hard thing actually, to go out and talk about transparency, but in the end, to show them the process is nothing we see every day. But with us, I think this is a key component why Lumbin works out for us. We're more focused on the Swiss market, so we're not abroad. And we see us as a small SME here in Switzerland. We want to grow sustainable and to be also transparent. We don't have IPs or such things. We display everything. It was hard in the beginning, but it pays out in the mid or long term. You can see clearly.
Great, thank you very much. So now going off of what Vesper has just mentioned, with your great experience in business ethics, Catherine, what importance do you really think that transparency has within a business?
Sure, well thank you so much for having me here today. It's wonderful to be back and to see so many people here at the session. And I think Vesper made a really great point about walking the talk, right? So I think this is where transparency really comes into play within a business. In terms of, it's not just about kind of your marketing and what you're saying, but really about implementing it throughout your supply chain. And when I think about transparency for business from my own research, one example comes to mind is that it's not just about kind of your supply chain and the processes that you have as a company, but also having accountability, right? I think that's part of kind of transparency at its core. And so one example from the research that I've done, especially the fieldwork in the Democratic Republic of Congo, was when I was going to look at cobalt mines. So I was conducting research on ESG investing in the cobalt mining industry between Switzerland and the Democratic Republic of Congo. And 2/3 of the world's cobalt, which powers our smartphones, our electric battery vehicles, comes from the DRC. And as a result, about 15 to 20% of that is actually from artisanal and small-scale mining. And when we think of the words artisanal and small-scale, usually it sounds very nice, a local business or something like that. But in this context, it actually refers to work that is done kind of independently within the cobalt mines, right? So it's people who are working in the informal economy, where there are lack of health and safety standards, for example, and where there's often human rights abuse or child labor. And so when you think about it, 15 to 20% might not sound like much, but these are thousands of people across the country who are implicated. And so when I think about transparency there and what this means for a business, for me at first I was thinking about this in terms of the supply chain, right? So if you're a Swiss company operating, for example, in the commodity trading sector, it's great that you know your supply chain, but also being aware of the risks within it and being able to publicly admit these things is very important. And so when I was doing this research, this was back in 2019, there was one company that was talking about it and was saying, we have a risk that artisanal and small-scale mining might be in our supply chain, and we're worried about it, and we want to do something. And everyone else at that time was not saying anything. And now, several years later, everyone else has come to the conversation. And so when I think about transparency in a business, being a leader in your field, really taking that ownership, and really taking responsibility is something that I think is so important, and we think it should about transparency more broadly.
Okay, great, thank you so much. So now when it comes to the other side of a business transaction, exactly with consumers, what recommendations would you have potentially for the audience to become an ethical and efficient consumer? And how exactly do you think that this would be relevant in today's world?
I think it's super relevant. So I think right now we see a lot of turbulence in the global economy, we see a lot of geopolitical shifts, and a lot of changes out there. And I think it can be really scary and feel like a lot of bigger forces are kind of beyond our control. But I think one thing that's important to remember, going with the theme of this year's event, is really the power of small changes. So the choices we make as consumers, as employees, as members of our communities, really do have the ripple effect and can have broader implications further on. So I think just thinking about, what decision am I making? Thinking a little bit more about the supply chain. Is the company, walking the talk? Or is it really just, marketing or greenwashing? I think trying to have this critical approach and really thinking, a little bit more broadly about these topics can really help us navigate these big changes that are happening. And also, I think not to feel worried or concerned, because I think as much as it seems beyond our reach, if we work together, if we act as a community, I think we can have a lot of powerful changes there.
Okay, great. I definitely agree. So now on a more economics-related side, what would both of you say about economic practices, specifically considering production, distribution, and consumption? For example, within mining, as you mentioned, within the DRC, manufacturing, or even healthcare. And Vesper, would you like to start us off?
Can you repeat the question again? Sorry.
Okay. How can or do economic practices intersect with moral accountability of business practices?
How can they intersect with moral compass? What we do actually, it's very simple. We are in a business where we just produce luminaires. It's very easy to understand. It's as a product. It's not very difficult. But somebody once told us that to do simple things good or in high quality, this is actually the hardest part. And for us, the industry, we have these values where we produce everything here in Switzerland. You can produce everywhere else much cheaper, or value chain, what kind of clients you choose, or where do you buy your materials. We also produce everything in Swiss assembly with apprentices, which is not cheaper actually, it's more expensive. But in the end, what we learned is the companies, you have first to educate them, and when you stick to your values, it needs time, but they can adapt. But in the end, they want to make business. That's what I learned. That a company sells you something, and but they are driven by the consumers. They say the consumer actually dictates what they want, and if you not for a long time, if you stick to your values, the companies will change and actually produce what you want. I don't know if I answered the question really, but something like that.
Okay, great. I appreciate your insight. And Catherine, what would you have to say?
Yeah, maybe just to build on that as well, I think going by your moral compass is a very important thing, as mentioned, given kind of the challenges that we face and also economic uncertainty. And so I think really thinking about, staying true to your values and really having that inform your corporate decision making and your strategies is really core. Because if you're having this guiding compass that's able to kind of help you navigate these challenging times, I think being able to, connect to that is really a way to build brand loyalty and also to kind of have this leadership within your field as well. Another aspect that also relates is some of the work that I've been doing in relation to employability. So I think there's a way to kind of balance the moral accountability with economic efficiency. When we think about doing good, can also be good for business, right? So kind of bringing these two things together in terms of your moral compass as a company, or having that inherent in your strategies and the practices you deploy, but also thinking about how you can bring these things together. And so one example from the research that I've been doing is that we've been looking at a Skills for Employment program by IKEA. And they do this in different institutional contexts around the world, so in many different countries. And what they're doing is basically that they're supporting people who are coming from challenging backgrounds or who are maybe lacking certain skills and have to acclimatize to a new environment. And so it's often through the refugee program where they're kind of doing skills for employment and training to support these individuals. And so the idea is not that it's charity, but rather that it's really trying to spread attention to giving people a purpose, giving them a fresh start and starting a new chapter and making them feel part of the broader community. And so I think that's really important when we think about doing good and having that be good for business, because by integrating people, it can be really important in helping them pursue their purpose or feel more agency or feel more supported and really have that community where they can be a part of it.
Great, thank you. So now with the point that you just mentioned about having a community within a business, Vesper, could you maybe elaborate how you potentially do this in your own businesses with having a community and having a place where all your workers could belong together?
How we built this community with us? Yeah, okay, first of all, we are a small company, so everybody who works with us gets a share of the company. So this is something we give it as a sign-on bonus already, because the first day they work with us, they have to feel that they own also part of it, and it's completely different than just hiring somebody. This is our philosophy. We think that worked out. But in the hiring process, we are very selective in the beginning. because a wrong hire is costs you too much. Rather in the early stage of the company where you know the funding is not always secured on the project. But what we do is actually transparency. That was the first topic. We have some values, and we see that the people we hire, they match our values. Everything is transparent. We do everything together. You know, like it's weekly and dailies. We decide together. We talk not always about the good things. It's very important to have. Also talk about stuff, things that doesn't work well, and give them empowerment or empower the people you have, give them trust, so they can also decide what does not work. It's micromanagement that we learned. Trust is very important, and you have to build trust. And you have trust, everybody's motivated, but in the end you also have to give them a vision, where to go, which direction to run. And yeah, believe in them. Let them try things out, and that works for us. I know if you grow and then the organization grows and it's bigger, it's getting more complicated. With us, we have 12 people, so it's very small company, but it makes fun. This is a little bit how we do it. And one thing is very great. We have a big bell, but this is on the sales side. When we have a new client or customer, somebody goes, rings the bell, and it gives you positive energy, and we take everybody with us, and this is cool. Just to celebrate, and this is, sorry, no, also to celebrate the small victories. I can give you an example. When we started 3 years ago, our first client was, in terms of size, 1,700 francs. And my co-founder and me, we just high-fived and jumped each other. We had a lot of joy, and it was great. And 2 years later, I remember that day because now, retrospective, he called me up. I was in the car, and we talked about the business, what was going on today. He said, yeah, Oxa just ordered for 600,000. Oh, okay, great. And hang up. And then I said, what the fuck? Sorry, can I say? Yeah. 2 years ago, for such a for 600,000, I would run naked to the streets, all around the streets. But and now we're not celebrating this achievement. I just called him up and said we have to change that. We have also, you know, we forgot to have fun, or to have the joy of also small successes or victories, and that we put it into our small team now, also to celebrate small victories. It's not just about having, you know, a new customer. You have everywhere small victories. It's very important to celebrate them as well.
Yeah, I'm very glad to hear that you have such a ritual within your company to be able to celebrate the small things that really matter. So now going back to you, Catherine, I just have a question about how do you think that consumers could pressure firms into making ethical choices with these transparent values that, of course, both of you guys have been mentioning today?
So I think it's always easier said than done, right? And I think there are multiple different ways to go about this. So I think, as I mentioned before, kind of the collectivity, right? Working together as a community, whether that's in associations or groups or clubs, really trying to have your voices heard. I think that's important. I think we also see more and more in kind of this age of social media that there is more engagement between companies and stakeholders, right? So I think if we think about kind of the mining industry, often we hear about, you know, for example, rights holders who are affected, and they're able to voice those opinions on social media and have them heard or understood in a broader public sphere. I think there's still a challenge of accountability sometimes, but I think these provide a few initial mechanisms that allow us to think a little bit more broadly. I think also really thinking again about these kind of small changes that we can make, right? And you know, whether it's speaking to your local politician or representative, also getting together with a wide range of, you know, your classmates. I think there's a lot we can do to really be a force for good within our communities, and really try to, you know, build towards a better future, a brighter future, and bring everyone along with us.
Okay, great, thank you very much. So now mentioning your point about having an impact with the things that you do, so Vesper, as someone who is local to Switzerland and, as you have mentioned, is very focused on the ethics and potential sustainability with your business, particularly with Lumvin, how would you say that individual consumer choices or your choices as a business owner could shape society's environmental footprint, and how have you seen this within Switzerland or all across the globe maybe?
Yeah, I think I mentioned that maybe already a little bit earlier. It starts with decision. You have to make a decision as a company or as also an individual, and believe in this decision that this is the right for you. And if you have that decision, then you have to stick on that and double down maybe sometimes. Because on the way you always are not sure anymore. This is the right way, but you have to give things also time. Here in Switzerland, especially, we have this mismatch of companies talking about ethical or transparency or other goals they have, also sustainability. They want to reach this and this and that. But the mismatch is always from top down on the management. They say these things, but on the level where it actually has to be involved and the people have to work with it, sometimes it doesn't go all lying down to them. And they don't know how to react to this kind of quotes or communications. And for us, what we do is actually we go always and take these quotes or this sustainability report and take them with us from the company and show them. We educate also people on the lower chain side. Hey, this is your company, they want to achieve this, and we can help you, not everything, but in this small sector, what we do, we can help you. And it's actually very easy, because when something, mostly it sounds always very, it's very complicated. In Switzerland, everything is complicated, everything you have to need, it's regulated. But in the end, it's actually very, very easy to implement something or to work on that. And this mismatch, the gap is getting smaller now. We can feel, but this is a hard work. This is to make the decision to go out and stick to the plan. So when we say we work here in Switzerland, we produce everything here, we don't move, we do it. And we lost a lot of opportunities because of the price, because you can build luminaires everywhere else cheaper. But yeah, but that gave us in the midterms more, I don't know if I can say that in this term, but more respect from competitors and clients. And, hey, these guys, they really do their thing. And it works out, and that helped us then to gain reputation. And this is, then I close it, I think this is actually the biggest issue within Switzerland, from my opinion. Your reputation is your currency. And when this is good, then it's getting easier.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for your response. So finally, to finish off our panel for today, what would both of you say towards the audience, and what could they take away from the panel about their own consumer cautious practices? What can we hope for with the future generations being able to hold companies accountable?
Please.
Yes.
So maybe actually linking off of what Vesper just mentioned, there was a figure that I found when I was preparing for the panel, and it's a little bit old, it's from 2022, but the World Economic Forum at that point in time announced that I think it was around 90% of CEOs and executives believed that sustainability was important, but only 60% at that time, so only 4 years ago, had sustainability strategies in place. And so that's a mismatch of 30%, right? And so I think if there's this idea of, something being said from the top and then actually being implemented, I think it's also up to us as employees to kind of, engage in these practices, or also within, the broader groups that we're a part of. So just maybe something to add on there. On the question of thinking about what we can do, again, I think it's really about the power of small changes, right? Not only how we relate in terms of sustainability and our efforts there, but also I think in terms of how we treat one another. So I think basic things like, kindness, as they mentioned earlier this morning, giving a smile, I think all of these things are so important in terms of just thinking about how we want to build a community that everyone is a part of, right? And so I think that also kind of coincides with our sustainability approaches, with our ethical approaches, really just trying to think big picture about what type of world we want to live in and what type of world we want to help shape. Another point on that is really thinking about stewardship. So I think rather than seeing ourselves as, the head of this committee or the boss or based on our roles, I think also thinking about stewardship is really important. So how am I running this company or this organization or this initiative in order to keep it and preserve it for the next generation? So rather than thinking about it, as just my time to shine, I think it's also about what we want to pass on and what we want to kind of leave. And so I think it's a really important thing to start thinking about early on in terms of your career and kind of the initiatives and ways in which you engage. And I think also given that, there's a lot of decision fatigue right now for consumers, if you go to, I don't know, Migros or Co-op and you're looking to buy bananas, there are so many stickers everywhere, right? And it's very hard to know what means what. And so I think really trying to, understand the world, see different perspectives, and also trying to make these little small choices that can have a positive impact, it's really important. So it's all on my side.
Or you said it very clearly, and I'm with you. But maybe just additional, the small choices. I'm very with you. It's very important. Yeah? Maybe in the beginning it is a hustle to research and see. When I buy something, should I buy this or that? It takes a little bit of time and energy. But in the end, it gets a habit, and then you're faster. And the second thing is, in the beginning, when you want to make a change, it's never easy, and take your time. Very important, because you run out of energy very fast. And this is the sport, maybe sport thing. And when you want to do a marathon, you can just start. Take your time. You have time. Also, when people tell us that, sometimes we are in a hurry, but take the time. They do the small steps. There's time. There's time, and it's better this way than just. You want to change tomorrow, and then it doesn't work out maybe, and then you're depressed, and it doesn't help everybody. So, and be happy.
Thank you very much. So that is all that I have in terms of questions. So thank you to both of you for sharing your great experiences and your insight on this topic. So now we will take a quick 2-minute break to allow all of you to process all of this information and get your questions ready. I would like to ask for you to keep the questions rather brief, and I will try to get to as many of them as possible.
Everyone's running or bike with a bike.
So we now have to begin with the audience questions. So I would like to ask for you to please raise your hand, and when we come over to you with the microphone, could you please stand up, state your name and school, followed by a brief question. Yep.
Hello, my name is Julieta Stupia and I go to IZL. My question is addressed to Bestford. Do you think being a small business makes it easier to establish trust and transparency?
easier. There's nothing is easy when you're small. Actually, it's hustle everything. I think it's easy in terms of putting that when you do it right in the beginning, that the company has it in its DNA. It gives you, it's easier in the midterm, that for sure, but it's never easier because you get distracted all the time. As a small business owner, you're so many topics, so many different hats on, and it's constantly a struggle. Get the new client, also hire somebody, you never know what to do, stick to your plan, produce cheaper or not, the quality, you know, do I check everything I do, or just every second, or every 10th, and yeah, but I think go that way, yes, go that way, because it turns out positive for you in the mid-long term, for sure, 100%.
Okay, yeah. Hello, my name is Anthony Uttinger, I'm part of IZL, and I have a question for Catherine. You were mentioning artisanal mining and the harsh conditions they're in. What do you believe the first steps are in solving this problem? And do big mining companies just cut off connections with these artisanal mines to stay transparent? And does that lose jobs for locals?
Thank you for the question. That's a really great one. And so I've written a little bit about this, and also following the fieldwork, thought a lot about this. And so as I mentioned, you know, a lot of companies are really concerned about these issues about human rights abuse or child labor within their supply chains. And we have seen things get a little bit better in the last couple of years, but I think also with the pandemic, there's been a lot of backsliding. And so what I think is really important is that you shouldn't be disengaging, right? I think rather than seeing a problem and running away, it's actually part of kind of the accountability and the transparency to say, yes, we see this problem, and we would love help solving it, right? So whether it's working with local NGOs on the ground, international organizations, other companies, because I think then you also have a lot of leverage. And so working together, I think, is a really important strategy. Another part of it is that I think we also have to address the root problem, right? Not just the surface issue. So the kind of, you know, the issue that we see is, you know, the human rights abuse or children not going to schools or things like this. And so we have to think about, okay, but why is that happening, right? And so if you go kind of down the chain, the reason is that the adults are not being paid enough to afford, you know, childcare or to send their kids to school. And so I think we really have to think about what are the root causes and how can we address them. And that could be, you know, working in multi-stakeholder groups, right? For example, with the government, for supporting local civil society agencies. But I think really trying to have these locally led grassroots solutions that address the root of the problem are key, and hopefully more sustainable in the long run.
Great, thank you. Oh, yeah. My name is Celeste, and I'm also a student here at ISL, and my question is for either one of you. From a wider perspective, do you think that monopolies and oligopolies are threatening accountability and transparency in the market?
Good question. I can start. Yes, I think so. I think it is a challenge for consumers in terms of like making their voices heard, right? I think as soon as we see monopolies or oligopolies, there tends to be less agency in a sense for consumers, right? Or feeling less powerful and being able to voice those concerns. So I think that's definitely something to think about. I think the question is also, how do we challenge this as well, right? Or how do we kind of find a fairer solution or kind of a more open marketplace? And I think it's also thinking about, you know, introducing other actors, or again, kind of having, you know, the moral compass as a company to enter that market and to really bring along people who believe in what you're doing with you. So I think it's important to have a competitive marketplace. It's important to have, you know, a wide range of perspectives represented, I think. And also to feel like consumers can make their voices or opinions heard, whether through their purchasing decisions or through, you know, social media or things like that. But at the end of the day, I think it is a huge challenge, and great that you brought it up.
I don't have that much experience with monopolies, but when I think about them, I think sometimes could be very dangerous because, it's, for example, here in my field, when we have a monopolist, he can really easily push the small enterprises or small companies out of business because they have big market shares and dump the price, everything. But there is always a way. In my opinion, I don't know if in every sector, but you have to keep innovative. And that helps maybe to break this chain or this monopoly when you do stuff, so things in a different way or with different values. It also can help. But I'm not experienced.
Great, thank you very much to both of you. Are there any more audience questions? Yeah.
Hello, thank you for your panelists, and I'm Roy from Iceberg. My question is, would the I'd say invisible hand or like just like free market be enough to cope that unethical production or like lack of transparency, or should we implement more government regulation, including tariffs or like other like taxes or like regulations?
Very hard questions
Yeah.
today. It's for you, right?
I'll give it a go. So it's a really good question, and I think from my perspective, maybe it's a little bit different. I think, yeah, you learn about the free market and the invisible hand, and yes, in some ways, I think this very neoliberal approach is very business oriented, right? And so what I think is that sometimes it's also important to consider the different aspects that regulate the market. So if we look at, for example, regulation, right? And that's not necessarily tariffs, but more kind of on a more social or environmental side. If we look at, for example, the CSDD in the European Union, right, the Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive, this is something where we see it in terms of regulation or regulatory effort to really encourage more sustainable business production among firms in Europe and across their supply chains. So I think these are important measures where we see, countries or governments or transnational bodies really coming together to work towards kind of envisioning the marketplace that they think is important. And so I think this is an important way to ensure that things like ethics or sustainability are also integrated, because sometimes it's also a challenge of kind of a race to the bottom where firms are looking for the cheapest way to produce. And so I think if we have these regulations in place, it can also help support a more fair or ethical economy.
I can't add that much to this question, but in let's say Switzerland perspective, we don't, as my company doesn't deal with tariffs and business abroad. But here, everybody lives in Switzerland. We have this canton Ligage here. You have heard about it? Different cantons, and that's sometimes is also challenging. But that's a side note.
Okay, great. Thank you so much to both of you, and thank you for the question. Are there any more audience questions? Yes, okay.
Hi, I'm Sienna Salat. I'm from ISLA as well. And what changes have you seen in recent years, particularly with the world of social media and fast reporting on business frameworks in regards to business standards? And this is for Catherine.
Sure. So in terms of social media and business standards, I think I would like to say I see more of an intersection, but I'm not entirely sure. So I think we see, for example, in the last couple of years, there have been quite a few regulatory movements, right? The CSDD that I mentioned, the CSRD at the European level. In Switzerland, we have the Responsible Business Initiative. So there has been quite a big push in that direction in the past couple of years. Going forward, I'm not entirely sure. I can't predict the future, unfortunately. But I do think that, yeah, when it comes to social media, I think it's interesting in that you're able to bring in more of the rights holders' perspectives, right? So to have more of an accountable perspective from on the ground, perhaps. And I think it's also a great way of kind of, encouraging a sense of community, or encouraging a sense of, more responsible business conduct or expectations by stakeholders and individuals. So I think there's one hand of it where it's, making your voice heard, engaging or interacting with, companies themselves or other groups that might be able to influence change, and also in the political sphere as well. I think we see a lot of, contact there too. So I think it's an interesting intersection, and I think probably in the next couple of years we'll see more there. But yeah, that would be my initial thought.
Great. Besford, would you maybe have anything to add towards this question or the point?
No, said everything.
Okay. Great. Are there any more questions from the audience?
Hello again. I think this question will be for Besford. The companies are producers, but also customers in kind of sense. And would you prefer to have regulation in government level, or would you prefer to control the consumption by company levels?
On company, actually, in the business we are there is something took place in 2023 where they stopped the, I don't know in English, the FL or the old old luminaries to be produced or imported to Switzerland. So this was also something which gave us a boost, because these days you can't, maybe you have now, you know, the bulbs, the old ones, and something, when it breaks or you can use it, you can buy an old bulb anymore in Switzerland. There was a regulation that took place in 2023, can translate in English. That was on government level, and everybody has to implement, so they can't buy that anymore. But corporates, yeah, what is important for corporates? Actually, you know, this is the leverage they make to energy savings with the lighting, or be more sustainable with the building. There are more other leverage that they can use, like heating and other things in the building, or more windows. It also helps. But there is nothing implemented, from my knowledge, on the company side. But that just have goals in sustainability. This plays a little bit into it, but
maybe.
Yeah, you can know maybe more. Yeah, thank you very much.
But there is an example that comes to mind from Germany, actually.
Yes.
And so there was a big German light manufacturing company, actually, which was lobbying the government to ban incandescent light bulbs. So they were the ones that were more polluting, right, and had a worse impact on the environment. And this was because they had developed, I guess, more environmentally efficient technology, right? So they wanted access to their technology within the market, but it also coincided with being more sustainable because you were banning incandescent light bulbs. So I think the story here is really that you can have a competitive advantage, right, if you are sustainable and able to meet those requirements that you might see at the national level or transnational level as well. So I think it's not just to say that, you know, you have to be really cheap in your production in order to be, you know, a profitable business. Actually, in some markets where there is regulation for sustainability practices or things like this, really meeting those requirements can really set you at the next level and really allow you to have a competitive advantage.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any more questions from the audience? Yes. Okay. So, Catherine, you spoke about your fieldwork in the Democratic Republic of the Congo earlier, and I'm wondering if you could please expand a bit more about what this experience meant or maybe taught you in regards to the changing market landscape.
Sure, yeah. Sorry, just taking a note. I think for me, it was a really... Hopefully it works. So for me, I think it was a really insightful experience. I think also to be able to be on the ground and to really understand things from a different angle was so important. So before going, I had been reading, you know, reports from Amnesty International, speaking to different people who had worked in commodity trading or in banking, and I thought I had a decent, you know, idea of what it might be like. And then for me, being on the ground, going to the field sites itself, speaking to the artisanal miners who, you know, are, you know, having cyclical, like malaria throughout the season, right? Or people who are trapped within the tunnels and have, you know, terrible injuries, or some people also die. I mean, that I think really put a really eye-opening perspective on it for me. I think also in terms of the changing market landscape, one thing that was very interesting to see was the diversity of actors there. So I think you have the government locally that's quite involved, you have multinational firms, whether it's from Canada or Switzerland, who are also operating there, but also actually a wide range of actors from China. So the majority of cobalt is actually refined in China, and this was a really interesting insight for me, because I think now we see the Belt and Road Initiative, for example, and I think we also see kind of changing perceptions within Africa as well, right? Some people who I met also in fieldwork that I've done in Ethiopia, for many of them, they were learning Mandarin before they were learning English. And so I think to me that was a really interesting perspective of, you know, how the market is evolving and how it is changing. And that's also what brought me to kind of study corporate diplomacy later on, right? How firms are engaging with their governments or with other governments in an effort to kind of, you know, bring in a more holistic or a different perspective there.
Thank you very much. So actually, to expand a little bit on Catherine's point in regards to the changing trends within markets, Vesper, could you maybe mention something about something that you've seen within your business standards and within certain regulations, or things that maybe have gotten in your way of being a fully successful business owner?
I mentioned before in 2023 there was this change. It helped a little bit. I think we are still a little bit too early in terms of a lot of companies or also the government didn't change from old technology to LED. So there's still a big wave coming, and but we are in the end of the chain. It's just when you don't have light, then they call us. When it's dark, and they are not putting their money because it's always expenses. That's what we saw also in businesses. First of all, they invest in things it brings them forward. Not in lighting. It doesn't make sense for them to invest. But we are talking about the majority, so there are always exceptions. The bigger corporates, they have also people who are responsible for terms like this, where you need a little bit better lighting, also for personal mental health issues. So that could also be an issue. When you have set or not good enough light, and when you work in a dark place, it can also you can have an impact on your mental health. But we are preparing now for a big wave, but there was nothing until now which helped us. Yeah, we'll see.
Great. Thank you very much. Are there any final questions from the audience?
So my question is for Catherine. And you mentioned the Belt and Road Initiative, and I was wondering, do you think that the BRI is possibly endangering independent markets throughout Africa, or creating a dependence on Chinese aid? Really good question. I think it's, I don't know if it's too soon to tell or not, right? So I think we see examples where there have been, some challenges on the ground, and I think this has been expressly voiced by rights holders. On the other hand, I think in some ways, I think we could also say that in the past, when we look at other countries giving aid, there have also been maybe some similarities, right, or some challenges that also happen on the ground. And so I think it's maybe important to, rather than focusing on the government or the policy itself, rather to look at actually what's happening. Because I think sometimes this also sheds light on, a bigger understanding of, yes, maybe there are a lot of challenges or human rights violations or issues when it comes to agency, right? And so I think it's really important that the countries who are having these projects implemented have the agency to decide, do they want them, right? Or does it make sense for the future that we want? And so I think as long as it's, locally driven and in true partnership, I think that's important. But it is a very good question, and I think it is really, in some ways, maybe too soon to tell, because I think also when we look back at prior sort of development projects, right, I think we only realized or understood the implications much later on. And so yeah, I think maybe it's something to keep an eye on, and to really kind of better understand how and why certain countries or initiatives are engaging, and what potential repercussions could be, right? And really thinking about, is this locally driven? Do they have agency? Are they going in the way that they want to go within that country itself? And are there partnerships bringing them in the direction that they want to go?
So thank you very much, and unfortunately this is all the time that we have for today's session, as it is now coming to an end. I would like to thank the audience for your questions and also participation, as well as, of course, our panelists for sharing their great views, perspectives, and experiences on this very important topic. So please join me in giving our panelists a big round of applause.
My favorite thing that I did today was I'm presenting to you. Oh, no, I introduced, you introduced Tisa. Tisa, you're
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the Green Future Forum. My name is Lily, and this is Yoni, and we will be your MCs for today.
Today we have the opportunity to share our school's YFS Sustainability Initiatives team alongside other inspirational project groups from ISL and other schools. Our group believes that the choices we make today will shape the future we inherit tomorrow. Sustainability isn't just a concept we learn in the classroom. It's a commitment we put into our practice every day through the way we learn, lead, and care for our environment.
Our sustainability journey began in 2019 with the formation of a dedicated initiative team made up of passionate students and staff who shared a common goal, to make sustainability a meaningful and lasting part of our school life. Since then, the team has led a range of impactful projects, from the installation of solar panels to comprehensive waste audits that helped us better understand and reduce our environmental footprint.
The goal of our YFS Initiatives team is to meet zero waste and zero carbon goals by 2027. Our group has made progress towards this goal, though there is still a lot of work yet to be done. Today's Green Future Forum will focus on presenting the ongoing initiatives of the youth from ISL and beyond, and we would like to leave this forum inspired, motivated, and fueled with feedback from everyone on various projects to ensure a greater future for tomorrow.
First, we would like to welcome Tisa to talk to us about turning comparison into change.
Hello everyone, I hope you've enjoyed YFS as much as I have. And don't worry, it's the last session. Congrats. It's my pleasure to meet you all. I'm Tisa, and today I've come to talk to you about how time and time again, small changes can lead to a bigger impact, to a cleaner and greener future. I've seen it all: plastic bags posing as greenery on our trees, water bottles floating as buoys in our oceans, and smog mixing into the very air we breathe. But why? Why does this happen? And more importantly, how can we make a real change? After December break, the shocking realization that I have been at ISL for what felt like a brief 6 months occurred to me. After seeing the passion for reducing our carbon footprint, the meticulous care for every small detail, and most of all, the love for the planet, our planet, I have been inspired to improve the sustainability of my everyday life, but even more so of our school. By origin, I'm from Serbia. I've lived in the UK for the majority of my 15 years, and now I'm here in Switzerland. By experiencing such contrasting perspectives, this has given me a unique view of what can be improved. When I first came to ISL, it was clear the focus here was on constant improvements, not just for ourselves, but for all of those around us. Sorry. In my previous school, I was part of an initiatives team, a student-led group. This was aimed at making our school more sustainable. We had ambitious ideas, such as better insulation in new builds, more recycling stations and bins, even a club to monitor our school's wastes. However, due to budget constraints, these projects were not feasible. Now, in comparison and having taken action, I see solar panels on our roofs, I see recycling stations throughout the campus, and I see waste audits and constant improvements. I can see that ISL has made turning dreams into reality possible. And the numbers really do show this. These solar panels generate around 320,000 kilowatts of power every year, saving around 48,000 francs annually. These numbers emphasize ISL's sustainable choices are not just good for the planet, they are a smart investment for the school and for the broader community. This inspires me to continue finding new ways we can all be that little bit more sustainable. So, although moving countries can change your life in countless ways, the values and morals we carry with us remain. And these small changes really do add up to a cleaner, greener future. Just as we adopt and grow, we can also change the planet, our planet, step by step, choice by choice. That's what this team is all about, and I thank you all for being a part of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Tisa, for the insights you've brought along with you from your old school. Next up, we would like to invite Daniel Pugner to the stage, who will be presenting to you about the Villars Wetlands project.
Hello everyone, my name is Daniel and today I'm going to be presenting to you about the Villars Wetlands project. Okay, so the Villars Institute is an organization which aims at pushing the needle towards a more sustainable future. And this organization works, in this case, together with the International School Zug in Lucerne, who sends about 4 fellows every year to a symposium. And in this symposium, what we do is we learn about sustainability and how us, as the youth, can be empowered and can work towards this more sustainable future. And so in this case, what our school has done is we have our own project, which is the Wetlands Project, and we have collaborated with the Villars Institute and essentially, for example, tapped into the network of the Villars Institute to be able to achieve this wetland. And specifically, the goal behind the wetland is wetlands in general are one of the most efficient carbon sinks there are, more efficient than forests and other carbon sink options. Furthermore, they are great for biodiversity restoration, and since we are a school, you have obviously massive educational possibilities and opportunities to integrate the curriculum with hands-on learning experience through this wetlands. So in this project, the way we started was through the Villars organization. We were able to get a grant to conduct a feasibility study. This grant we got 20,000 francs for, and within this feasibility study we looked through areas throughout Zug which would be feasible for a wetland. And we ended up looking at 4 specifically and talking about those in the feasibility study. The 2 that we rendered most viable were site 2 and 3, and the one we ended up choosing to pursue more closely was site 3. And this site would be right behind where the new school campus is supposed to be built. And so after that, we started planning what we wanted this wetland to look like. And so we did this by creating vision boards, and I don't know if you could tell, but we got a bit carried away with the vision boards. And so after doing this, we spoke to Raphael, who is an eco-engineer, and with this eco-engineer, we then partnered up. We walked, because it's obviously right next to our school. We walked with him and we looked at what could we build here. We then turned this into a digital kind of layout of what we wanted it to look like. And so we were really excited. We thought, you know, finally this thing was going to happen. We even came up with a species plan, and we were like, okay, we can start building this thing. But no, we could not. So unfortunately what happened was, after meeting with the school, we were told that this would be advisable because of the new campus that's supposed to be built. There's a certain uncertainty with the land that we want to use for the wetland. And so, yeah. And to be fair, it would be sad if our beautiful wetland was bulldozed and replaced by a playground. Yeah. So where are we at now? Because we can no longer use this site, we have decided to go with the other site, which was also viable, but we just simply didn't choose because of its proximity. However, since we are now doing this one, we're also very happy to try and work that out. We met with someone, in fact, last Wednesday to talk about how we could incorporate the Gemeinde into this and turn this wetland into reality. And so, since I can't tell you, walk down the street and you'll see our wetland, I do want to give you 2 key takeaways from my presentation today and some of the things that I learned within the Wetlands Project. The first one being the importance of perseverance. And so I think it's really important that, as we did in this Wetlands Project, when you encounter problems, it is so important that we don't let those problems kind of get us to lose motivation, and instead use that to further fuel us and find other ways to figure out how we can do it. And oftentimes, in fact, most of the times when we have ideas at the beginning for a project, we have a certain goal and idea of what it's supposed to look like at the end. It doesn't actually turn out that way, but that doesn't mean it failed. It means that that you succeeded, and you succeeded at completing the project despite the challenges. And oftentimes, the final product is actually better and more thoughtful and thought out than the initial plan. And then the last key takeaway is that something that I would add on to from the keynote presentation this morning, us as young people, it is oftentimes when we talk to what we perceive to be more experienced, more powerful, older people, that it is really scary to go up to them and to ask them for help, because we think, why would these people want to help us? We're just kids. And I think that from my own experience within this project, that is absolutely not the case. People, especially when you talk to them about something you both are passionate about, they want to help you, and they're more than willing to give you time out of their day to be able to help you and turn your ideas into reality. So, yeah, for example, these were some of the stakeholders that we spoke to: people from the canton, people from the Gemeinde, obviously from our school, and also from other schools around. That's pretty much it for me. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Daniel, for taking the time to come and speak to us about the villa's wetlands restoration. Next up, we have Laura, an ISDL student who will talk to us about waste management at ISDL events.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Laura, and I'm a grade 11 student here at ISDL. I've had the opportunity to help coordinate the waste management system for school events such as International Day and the Swiss Celebration Festival. Even though today isn't the actual day itself, I'd still like to share how we approach waste management at our school and why it's made such a big difference. International Day is one of the biggest events at our school, and it's all about celebrating different cultures from around the world, the food, the traditions, the atmosphere. But behind all that excitement, there's something every country and every community struggles with: waste. And the way we handle it matters. Waste management is simply the process of collecting, sorting, and handling waste responsibly. Instead of tossing everything into one bin, we separate materials. This reduces pollution and supports a more sustainable future. During the Swiss Festival, our goal was to make a waste management organized, clear, and easy for everyone. What sets us apart is that we don't just place bins around the school and hope that people guess correctly. We design a system that actually works. At many events, you'll see one overflowing bin where everything gets put into. Once that happens, recycling becomes impossible because everything becomes general waste. At ISDL, we take a different approach. We set up clearly labeled waste stations with separate bins for plastics, paper, and compost, as well as general waste. Each bin has a sign and an example image so people know exactly where things belong. But the most important part is our guidance. We don't just expect every visitor to know the rules. Instead, our student volunteers stand by the waste stations and help people sort their items. This removes confusion, reduces mistakes, and makes the process smooth for everyone. Because of this, people pause, ask questions, and learn, and the waste ends up in the right place. The result is a cleaner system, and where recycling actually works. While many events end up with a big mess and unusable recycling because everything's put into one place, our approach keeps the area clean and the materials properly sorted. It shows that a little bit of organization and teamwork can make a meaningful difference. And this is something that people can learn from. When you combine a clear set of bins with visual instructions and friendly guidance, you create a system where everyone can participate successfully. It becomes a shared effort and not an individual challenge. This is how we can turn a school event into an opportunity for learning, responsibility, and environmental care. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura, for highlighting the importance of waste management in schools and other communities. Next, we would like to welcome our second guest speaker of today, Mathieu, who has come all the way from his school in Geneva and will be presenting to us about his upcycling project.
Sorry, my Face ID doesn't work anymore. Okay, so hi. So my name is Matthew, and I'm proud to be part of Upcycle, where we transform abandoned bikes into a sustainable tool for refugees that cycle around Geneva, go to work, and go get an education. So this, wait, can I have the slide thing? No. Yeah, this. So everything starts in December 2021. Ukrainian war starts with Russia, and Ukrainian refugees come into Geneva, an international hub for communities. And we do this collection, sorry I didn't translate from French, we do this Christmas collect where we get a lot of objects, tools for refugees. Alright, thanks. And our peers sat down with them at the centers and they asked this very simple question: what do you need the most? And their answer was quite surprising. It was bikes. Why? You might ask, why bikes? Well, they couldn't go to school, they couldn't go to their jobs because cars are too expensive and they're often alienated from society, for example, in Geneva. And as such, they don't have the money or they don't have the jobs necessary to go to their jobs. Bikes are also expensive, and donated ones are often unused. And as such, that's where Upcycle steps in. So you might ask, how does it work? All right, wait. This is the group. This is the group of this year. This is me. And this is what we can call the great leader of the group. He likes to call himself that. So, what do? We collect second-hand bikes from bicycle impounds, from local centers, from workplaces where people have left their bikes unused, and we repair them directly at the refugee centers with tools we borrow, and then we work with the centers to distribute them to refugees who need them the most. Out of all those bikes that we collect from the bicycle impounds, I would say around the first 60% are easily repairable by hand. We can do them with our own tools. They just need a new tire or new brakes, and it's very easy. But the other 40% are horrible. I remember this one story actually, where one of the bikes had, how do you call that? The brake lining, and it worked as the tire chain. Yeah, it didn't work out. And so they're dilapidated, but what do we do with them? They're actually gold. We can salvage them for parts, and we can use them to repair the other bikes. So actually this contributes to a more circular economy and more sustainability. We don't stop there. We also teach basic repair skills so that they can maintain their bikes long term. We have already partnered with multiple refugee centers across Geneva, from family centers to young adults, creating a direct and sustainable impact in our local and global communities. This shows you even small changes, such as building durable relationships with the centers, can really help you achieve your goals. In fact, since we started Upcycle, over 700 bikes have been given to refugees, a number that keeps growing every year, obviously. That means hundreds of people now have the ability to go to their jobs, go to their work. I have this one example where a father could not get to work. Seriously, that is a basic right. And the impact we've seen is incredible. The future of Upcycle is clear. Because we got this money, we got international recognition. So one example is the IB Global Youth Action Fund, where we got $2,500 grant. And another one is this, Les Galets du Rhône. It's more of a domestic prize, where we also won a grant. And so the future for Upcycle is clear right now, is to spend this money for a good reason. For what? Our biggest challenge right now is storage and repair tools. Without proper shelves, tools, and a dedicated space, we can't really keep up with the growing demand for self-sustainability. And as such, this new funding will allow us to build a sustainable workshop environment for refugee centers. And actually, I'd love to hear about your suggestions for the future of the project as well after this. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew, for coming to speak to us at the Green Future Forum today. Your project is very inspiring for youth all over the world. We'll be moving on to another project at IZL. Fabiano will be presenting to you about waste audits we have done at our school this year.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Fabiana, and I'm a grade 12 student here at IZL. Today, I'm going to be presenting one of the zero waste initiatives we've taken on as a group, the zero waste audits. In our mission to become a zero waste school by 2027, we recently conducted 2 waste audits in our school cafeteria, tracking what waste went into which bins, weighing the different sections of food waste, and logging all this data onto a spreadsheet. At first glance, here are the overarching themes. Firstly, general rubbish is being thrown out in PET bins, which are meant for plastic bottles only. And secondly, plastic bottles and cans are being thrown into the general waste bins. These are some examples of the raw data we collected. For example, in one of the 2 PET bins in the cafeteria, which are meant exclusively for plastic bottles, 34.3% of the total waste consisted of napkins, liquids, and cans. Now here's the data from one of the all waste or general waste bins. As you can see, PET bottles, cans, compost, cardboard, and other larger plastics are being disposed of recklessly when they have their own designated bins mere meters away. At IZL, for the most part, we are responsible and conscious of our food waste disposal, but this data proves otherwise. This leads us to our next steps and the future of the team. First, we'll conduct a 3rd and final waste audit and compile all the data into one place, and use AI to sort all the information, make conclusions, and translate the data into a comprehensive and digestible framework. Our ultimate goal is to reorganize the layout of the cafeteria bins to accommodate our results, improving the efficiency of waste disposal within the community, and furthering our sustainability journey. Another long-term goal is to partner with Passion Foods, which runs the food truck outside of the cafeteria, to provide biodegradable food packaging options. Now I'm going to hand it over to Tigris, who's presenting related initiatives. Thank you very much.
Every day, tremendous amounts of food are thrown away in school cafeterias, including mine. In matter of fact, in 2022, over 1 ton of food was thrown away globally that was available for consumers. So I created a goal to reduce food waste in a school cafeteria by using real, measurable data instead of using messages and reminders. My guiding question was simple. Can measuring and sharing data turn awareness into actual change? So I weighed in my school food waste every day during lunch, during a regular school week. Then, the following week, I took that data and shared it with the school community and spread this data awareness. I did this with this amazing chef of IZL. That following week, I started noticing increased food waste conversations in the lunch cafeteria among students, but also teachers. And my friends became more conscious of their portion sizes. For example, my friend Adam, and the school served once hamburgers, and bear in mind that Adam loves hamburgers, and usually takes like 2 burgers at once. But this time, he started with 1 and see if he was still hungry after. In this case, however, he ended up eating 3 burgers. But he didn't throw away anything, okay? That's the point, right? The same following week, I measured the food waste again to see if the awareness I created actually led to any change. And here are the results. We can see a clear declined trend line, except Wednesday. It was not good food then, but overall, amazing job. One of the biggest things I've learned from this project was how limited awareness alone can be. Before starting, I assumed that if people simply knew about food waste, they would automatically change their behavior. But during my project, I realized that awareness is only effective when it's supported by clear, measurable evidence. Because data makes the issue real. What surprised me the most was seeing people reacting once I shared the actual numbers. When food waste was measured and visualized, it stopped being an abstract problem and became something concrete that students could relate to. That's when behavior started to change. Through this project, I've learned that awareness is only the first step. But evidence is what turns awareness into action. When we turn awareness into evidence, we give something real to act on. Because remember, no one will act on something they don't think is real. And why would they? Thank you.
Thank you, Tigers, for sharing your project and fascinating story about hamburgers. So that was it for the presentations. I hope everyone is feeling very inspired. Now we have the opportunity to just network and talk to other students and speakers if you so wish to learn more about their projects. And yeah, it should just be like a small forum style, so you can talk to anyone you want and ask any questions you have. So have fun.